guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Former President Trump is blasting the Justice Department for what he calls abuse after more charges were filed against him in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case.
Trump told Fox News Digital Thursday that this is what you get for leading the polls for the White House in 2024, calling the charges ridiculous. Special counsel Jack Smith is adding one defendant to the prior indictment against Trump and aide Walt Nauta, along with an additional charge of willful retention and two new obstruction counts. Trump and Nauta have already both pleaded not guilty to federal charges related to the documents. I'm Brian Shook.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he did not say he was looking to impeach President Biden.
I said impeachment inquiry. There is a big difference.
McCarthy made the distinction while talking to reporters Thursday, saying the inquiry gives Congress more power and time to investigate the president. Severe thunderstorm warnings across the East Coast are causing flight delays and cancellations to pile up. According to FlightAware, over 6,100 flights have been delayed Thursday to go along with over 850 cancellations into the overnight. President Biden ordering a tightening of occupational health and environmental inspections at U.S. businesses, especially in construction and agriculture, amidst the heat. He says the concern is for workers.
This work builds on the national standard the Labor Department is already developing for workforce and workplace heat safety rules.
During his remarks, Biden drew a link between this summer's heat and the effects of climate change. July is on pace to become the hottest month on record. July 6th set the mark for the hottest day on record. This comes after June broke the record for the hottest June ever. This is USA News.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa."
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist and ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
New federal legislation named after one of the victims of the Parkland, Florida school massacre would increase safety measures on campuses. Lisa Taylor has more.
A group of lawmakers introduced the ELISA Act and the SOS Act while on Capitol Hill earlier today. The measures would require silent panic buttons in all schools across the country and would increase the number of school resource officers. Alyssa Al-Hadef was one of the 17 victims killed at Marjory Stoneman Douglas when a gunman opened fire in 2018. Alyssa's father asked lawmakers to come support the legislation in order to quickly move it forward. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The estranged wife of accused Gilgo Beach murderer Rex Heuermann is returning to their home in New York. Asa Ellerup, who filed for divorce from Heuermann, can be seen yelling, "Don't talk to me," to reporters as she and her son sit on the home's front porch along with their dog. Their daughter was also at the home, along with what appeared to be a detective. The family's return follows an extensive 12-day search of the home for evidence in the Gilgo Beach murders. And LeBron James' oldest son, Bronny, is being discharged from the hospital after suffering sudden cardiac arrest. TMZ reports a Cedars-Sinai Medical Group doctor said James is showing encouraging signs of recovery and is home resting. He arrived at the hospital fully conscious and stable. LeBron said in a statement early Thursday, the family is doing great and appreciates the support. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, boys.
Tell me why.
I've washed it so many times, but the odor won't come out.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried new Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
So we crank it up and roll into Friday. All right, for the East Coast friends, good morning. Rest of the country, good evening. As we work our way from time zone to time zone, 28th day of July, we're going to make our way into the final weekend here of July. Summer flying by. Yes, it is. Well, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Coming to you from a, stormy secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. Yeah, for several hours we've had just showers, thunderstorms just kind of passing through and redeveloping over the same area. Southeast Indiana, Southwest Ohio into northern Kentucky. Bringing with it some torrential rains. Some of those earlier bands have now pushed all the way over toward Charleston, West Virginia. Got some heavy rains moving into Charleston. For the East Coast, you're pretty much high and dry tonight. That's expected to change as we head into the weekend here. A much larger area, showers, thunderstorms, flooding rains, right through the heart of Minnesota tonight. Most of the heavy stuff is now east of Minneapolis, Minnesota, but you cross that Wisconsin line, rain. Some of that rain, heavy rains, will be moving into the Green Bay area through the overnight hours here. So we start things off taking a look at our travelers' weather around the country. Again, as we get set for the weekend, here on through the evening hours, there's a moderate risk of severe thunderstorms, some high winds, and the risk for severe storms in general. Storms are going to be more spotty in nature. I'm going to be watching for some of these storms firing up maybe in parts of Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey. With the spotty nature of the storms, the risk of flash flooding should be pretty isolated, they tell us. Any thunderstorm activity here as we roll into Friday in the Northeast is, again, expected to be very spotty in nature. In places where it does manage to rain, it may just rain for a few minutes. But from Friday afternoon to Friday evening, it's going to be pretty active in terms of severe weather for the Midwest once again. Risk for severe storms ramps up as we head into the weekend again for the Northeast, as a front will be pushing southward. That'll be some cooler air coming in out of Canada this weekend. Thunderstorms will erupt along that leading edge. The temperature change from north to south across the Northeast. If you do have outdoor plans this weekend, monitor the weather situation. Rapidly changing conditions are going to be likely. Some of these storms are bound to produce some high winds, lightning strikes, and torrential downpours. Storms are likely to stretch from parts of the Ohio Valley and the central Appalachians all the way into the mid-Atlantic and southern New England on Saturday, even further south over the Appalachians and the lower mid-Atlantic by the time we get to the second half of the weekend Sunday. Storms most likely to be severe where they hit during the peak heating of the afternoon and the early evening hours. The storms over the weekend, though, this is going to bring an explosive end to the heat wave as much cooler, less humid air moves in over the weekend into early next week. Temperatures, highs are going to be 10, 15 degrees in many areas, which translates to widespread highs in the 70s over the central Appalachians in northern New England, Temperatures to the low and mid-80s when you get down to the mid-Atlantic coastal areas. Slightly northwesterly winds will periodically again begin to usher in some smoke and haze from the wildfires which continue in western Canada later this weekend into next week. Now, of course, when the smoke's limited to the high levels of the atmosphere, it may appear hazy outside, but when that smoke's able to mix in down toward the ground, that's where we'll again probably see some of those unhealthy air quality advisories returning to some areas. Now, earlier in the day, Michigan has seen a round of strong storms and a lot of folks in the dark. Swath of severe storms cutting power to more than 200,000 customers. Hot weather set that stage for the volatile weather. Now, as we progress on through Friday and into the weekend, most of the storms through Saturday going to fire up along that leading edge of this much cooler air that's going to be arriving out of Canada, as we just mentioned. Incidents of high winds, hail, torrential downpours, and frequent lightning. Because the lightning strike risk, even outside of the storms that turn severe, they urge you move indoors when you hear that first rumble of thunder. A few of these storms could actually have winds approaching hurricane force, 74 miles per hour. Hail large enough to dent vehicles, damage crops, and break windows as possible. Rainfall rates could be 1 to 2 inches per hour to quickly flood city streets and low-lying rural areas. And we cannot rule out a tornado possible here. There a small number of cases, a tornado will be possible. All right, say that these storms are going to organize in complexes or maybe into one or more solid lines as they turn severe, pushing through portions of the I-80, 90, and 94 corridors as they approach the airport hubs during the afternoon and evening hours, including the likes of Chicago and Detroit. Likely to see ground stops and flight delays will begin to mount. There's a zone extending from northeast Nebraska all the way to southern Michigan and northern Ohio that's at a moderate risk of severe weather coming up later Friday afternoon and evening. That'll be the most likely zone for severe weather. Then everything kind of continues dropping southward as we head into and through the weekend. As that leading edge of cool air presses on, some severe weather may approach the I-70 corridor, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, northwestern Pennsylvania, and western New York. As we look ahead to Friday night, Saturday, the daytime heating will again give those thunderstorms a boost. The hot air, I know in our region, we look at the heat advisories and excessive heat warnings extending from the eastern half of Kansas. This is excessive heat warnings to the northern half of Missouri, a large portion of Illinois, and a chunk here in southwest Ohio. Excessive heat warnings. Heat advisories that extend over a broad area, literally from the East Coast as far north as central New York and southern Vermont and New Hampshire, all the way back into Nebraska, Kansas, and northern Oklahoma. The core of the heat in that zone for the upcoming day. Heat indices expected to be 105 to 110. Here come Friday afternoon in a broad zone that I just mentioned there. I mentioned several days ago with this expansive area of heat impacting so much of the country this week, I predicted if we were going to see a time where the power grid was going to be stressed or strained, this was going to be the time. According to Reuters, PJM Interconnection, which is the biggest U.S. electric grid operator, issued a level 1 emergency alert this past day, as indeed folks were cranking up the AC to stave off the heat. The operator issued an emergency alert level 1 late Wednesday, signaling that it had available resources to meet firm load and reserve commitments, they were concerned about sustaining the required contingency reserves. Now, PJM oversees supply in a 13-state region, managing and paying on-call generators to keep power systems running. They had the forecast demand for Thursday at 153,286 megawatts. Now, they had about 186,000 megawatts of generating capacity. Earlier this week, the hot weather alert was issued for July the 28th. Now, that's the upcoming day, from 7 a.m. till 2300 hours Eastern Time. As the heat bakes parts of the country, the Texas power grid, has hit record highs a number of times in the month of July, but they've avoided the rolling blackouts. Arizona also saw power use soaring to all-time records during the past week. So far, things continue to hold on. All right, 844-844-3388. All aboard. Who said that? Hey, that was Steve Summers. Rubber Duck, Nashville. He's waiting for the sun to come up. He said it's difficult to take pictures of the automobiles in the dark, right? So for him, it's beer 30 right now. Hello to Marianne. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. Hope everybody has a great weekend. All right. Elizabeth checks in, stating R.I.P. Fred Knight, LLC Trucking. Florida forever. Yeah, your wife, Elizabeth Knight. So Fred Knight. Okay. I'll have to do a little more research on that. So we lost another one of the trucking icons this past day. All right, 5-7, copy the mail. Hello to Shorty, I-77 northbound, Whiteville, Virginia tonight at 73 degrees. Yeah, it's a tad bit cooler outside the bunker. We are at 76, so just a few degrees cooler, even with the thunderstorms we're contending with. Pappy, 74, Harrison, Ohio, thunderstorms afoot. TGIF, all you nocturnal listeners, it's actually his Sunday. So saddle up, get the weekend started. If aliens were to land and say, take me to your leader, what the hell would we do in this country? Right? I hear you, Pappy. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion, bull hauler, 82 in Lincoln, Nebraska. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck westbound, headed for western Nebraska. It's a beautiful night and epic trip. And as bull haulers do, we're dominating the hammer lane. A special big red shout out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from Herbie Husker. Hello to Canadian Terry on board, listening in Binghamton, New York at the Motel 6. Did they leave the light on for you? Heading to Richmond, Virginia for this weekend's NASCAR race. My first race for my two grandsons, ages 9 and 7. Hopefully, they'll become future fans of NASCAR. Everybody always remembers their first race. Yes, indeed. All right, so enjoy the weekend. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to Rockpick. Check it in from the smartphone. It's 72 clear skies here in Rochester. Happy Friday, all you hard-working Americans. Stay safe out there. And he's got to head on over to the app. Welcome to a Friday. Lots to cover as we head into the weekend. Latest developments on pretty much everything. We got you covered here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, we mentioned Michigan. Southern Michigan hammered Wednesday evening. According to the New York Post, nearly 108,000 DTE consumers had lost power. Another 32,000 consumers' energy customers were without power. Safety crews, line workers say we're working quickly and safely as possible to restore power around the clock. Saw wind gusts greater than 65 miles per hour, which, according to DTE, we even haven't seen those kind of winds in that area since about 2017. But yes, advising folks to be careful with downed power lines that may be hidden in the brush. Do not begin cleaning up the yard debris until the power restoration was completed. All right, on to the industry headlines. Shall we begin with the latest? What do we know about Yellow Corporation? A Wednesday note to investors from Stephens, a financial services company, estimates that Yellow may soon breach the key requirement on its cash reserves. Based on a July 10th liquidity disclosure, Stephens estimated Yellow was burning $4 million in cash each week in the second quarter of 2023. In that same filing, Yellow disclosed it had roughly $100 million in cash as of the end of June. That's the numbers we've been sharing for weeks now. Jack Atkins and Grant Smith, respectively a research analyst and associate, both at Stephens, covering the freight and logistics sectors, wrote in the note that Yellow's cash flow has been severely limited as so many customers have diverted freight. They wrote that it's unlikely Yellow was able to adjust their expense structure that rapidly, so the carrier still had some $70 million in cash last week, while revenue was 35% below plan. Stephens estimated Yellow likely burned $20 to $25 million in cash last week. Now, given the further freight disruptions, estimating the company is now burning $9 to maybe $10 million per day. Estimating the company's revenue per day is down 70% from the second quarter, with its expenses per day at about the same level, excluding non-cash cost and deferred health and welfare payments. That means the company is nearing that key requirement set out by the lenders, where they cannot have less than $35 million in liquid cash reserves. Putting it all together, if they had roughly $100 million in cash at the end of June, Burned 4 to 5 million a week during the first 2 weeks of July. Burned another 20 to 25 last week, and now 9 to 10 per day. It's reasonable to believe the company could breach their $35 million liquidity requirement at any moment. Yellow did not respond to request for comment. Other banks, including Deutsche Bank, are also predicting the demise is inevitable. In notes to investors this week, a Stifel note from Monday noted that the only way they could survive without declaring bankruptcy is with a major equity injection. Meanwhile, employees at Yellow nationwide telling FreightWaves that their terminals and regions had been, of course, halting pickups. We know that, verified this week. One clerical worker based in Tennessee said her terminal manager said she didn't need to come into the office on Wednesday. Drivers were simply picking up empty equipment around the city. She and her colleagues are certain operations are winding down. For 18 years, this has been my family. Wednesday afternoon, I saw a lot more. I saw my family, saw the guys start hugging and saying goodbye. It's sad, it's mad, but pretty much what Braindead kind of chimed in last evening, that when he arrived back at the terminal the other morning, kind of what one of his coworkers said, been nice working with you, and I think a lot of that's going on right now. We'll get a news break here at our number, 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Gas prices are at an 8-month high. More from Brian Shook.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of regular gas hit $3.71 on Thursday. That's the highest the average has hit since November and is 13 cents more compared to a week ago. The jump comes as the price for a barrel of oil has surged to $80, a 3-month high. California has the highest average price at $4.93, while Mississippi drivers are seeing the lowest average at $3.17 a gallon. I'm Brian Shook.
Bud Light maker Anheuser-Busch is laying off hundreds after the recent fallout of a boycott against its partnership with a transgender influencer. That's nearly 2% of its workforce in the U.S. A spokesperson for the company told The Hill it's an attempt to simplify by changing its corporate structure. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 85% water, right?
85% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Ooh, pass me the intercom thingy.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Don't pay for water. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the leading Bargain liquid detergent.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa."
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed. As we head into Friday, phone lines are open at 844-844-3388. Hello to Sparky, listening in from Hagerstown, Maryland. 77 sticky degrees, hooking up a set of pups, heading for Racine, Virginia. Everybody truck safe. All right, good morning to Gilligan, driving in the moonlight in Christiansburg, Virginia. It's a warm night, 80 degrees. All right, everybody keep it shiny side up. Buckeye Boy, out in the Denver area, sitting by the pool at the hotel. Got my delivery off this past day. Picking up tomorrow, same place, 2 o'clock local time. Then it's headed to the southeast for the home 20. Didn't have rain today, but it was warm. Yeah, I'm frankly tired about hearing about Hunter and the puppet and all the crimes they've allegedly committed. I want to see some hard indictments and criminal charges to get this clown out of the office. And the country he's denigrated and embarrassed so badly. Anyway, have a great night, a better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. Hello, Russell. Russell on board. 74 feels like 84 after having the AC out for a week's time. Finally got it fixed. It was hot, hot, hot. I can't imagine being, isn't it? I guess it's the rule of thumb. If your AC is going to go out, it's going to go out at the worst time possible. Hottest days of the year. Happy Hump Day for Eskimo Mom, or Friday for most of us. Got a late start due to a reefer that didn't want to cooperate. Thanks to the warm, humid weather. Got to stop in Louisville before going to my store. Been watching this crazy light show from the time I left Tip down to Cincinnati. From all the lightning tonight. Yeah, it's an incredible light show. Most of it's the cloud to cloud, but it's almost nonstop. Yeah, lightning just dancing through the clouds out there tonight. A lot of electricity in the air. At the moment, got dry roads by the GE plant on 75. Be safe. Have a good weekend when you get to it. All right. Dion says, YRC's coming back. I just bought a bunch of stock. It's a scare tactic. Yeah, their stock did, shortly after the opening bell, dropped to 43 cents per share this past day. closed out the day at 57 cents per share. And it's kind of crazy. After hours trading, it jumped up to 70 cents per share again. Then I guess the after hours trading closes out at 8 p.m.? It was at 57. So that's 57 cents per share for YELL stock. Hello, Robert, waving a hand from Cleveland, Tennessee, waiting on my relay driver so I can load up and head to our beautiful downtown Cincinnati. Everybody be safe. Ice Cream Man is on board Waterloo, Iowa this morning. Good to have you with us. There's Jeffrey. Good morning, Steve. I think that's Jeffrey in New York, right? Thanks for all the nighttime company, right? Dipsy Driver, morning, Steve, and the best informed audience, 68, mostly clear here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. Yeah, Wednesday afternoon, that's what appeared to be a funnel cloud that actually touched down about 4 miles southeast of us. Everybody enjoy your Friday, and please stay safe. So that's cutting things close, right? 4 miles away. All right, it is 844-844-3388. In the industry headlines, construction on new truck parking scheduled to begin this summer along a busy northern Nevada freight corridor. The Nevada Department of Transportation announcing multiple state transportation contracts aimed at helping provide a transportation system to keep Nevada safe and connected. Among them, a project to construct truck parking enhancements along Interstate 80 near Golconda Summit in Humboldt County. Public Information Officer for the DOT there says despite 45% of the traffic in the area consisting of big trucks, there are currently no full truck parking facilities near the locations. He said drivers frequently having to park on existing frontage roads or ramps. On the eastbound direction, 25 parking stalls will be constructed. 24 stalls will be constructed on the westbound side of the interstate. Multiple, what they call vault toilets. Porta-johns will be installed at the new truck parking lots, along with new lighting and enclosed trash bins. In addition to parking, the project will also construct over 3 miles of truck climbing lanes in both directions along the stretch of I-80. The truck climbing lane will also enhance travel for vehicles on this section of I-80, helping reduce the impact of speed differentials as heavier vehicles travel more slowly up the grade. Project will also include bridge replacement and hydraulic improvements. All right, so there you go. In the state of Nebraska, I guess that's a little bit of help. 25 parking spaces on each side. Hey, we'll get your take on the matter. For years, the discussion about entry-level driver training rules. The rule that was finally implemented required instructors to have 2 years of experience, right? Arguing that the 2-year requirement prevents them from keeping up with demand, 3 companies have requested an exemption from the entry-level driver training rule in a notice scheduled to be published in the Federal Register today, July the 28th. The training departments of Millis Transfer, Heartland Express, and Contract Freighters Incorporated asking the FMCSA to allow them to use instructors with only 1 year of experience during driving a commercial motor vehicle. The current entry-level driver training rule requires instructors to have at least 2 years of experience. Now, these 3 companies state the 2-year requirement for behind-the-wheel instructors impedes their ability to hire enough trainers. According to the FMCSA, according to the companies, they estimate a combined student enrollment of 500 to 700 this year. They said that their 131 trainers spend up to 90 days with the student before letting them drive solo. The exemption would enable the companies to add up to 150 trainers to their current group. If this exemption is denied, the company said they'll have to turn some prospective students away. Now, this entry-level training rule took effect February of last year. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has long pushed for a driver training rule, and they've actually asked for the requirements to be strengthened. Currently, too many new drivers enter the industry without the basic skills to safely operate a commercial motor vehicle. That was OOIDA's comments that were filed last year. While the entry-level rulemaking that went in effect is far from sufficient, the regulation does establish minimum qualifications for training instructors. If those standards are maintained and enforced, highway safety would undoubtedly improve. Now, that's the comments again last year. So I have no doubt that they're adamantly against this idea of allowing drivers with just 1 year experience to be trainers. So this is going to be published in the Federal Register today. Once it is published, you will have a 30-day comment period if you'd like to make your voice heard. It's regulations.gov. That's the website you would go to. You will need the docket number, which we already have prior to publication. It will be FMCSA-2023-0081. So again, a 30-day comment period will open later today once that is officially published in the Federal Register. Scarecrow on board on a Friday. Out of the box, what's happening, Scarecrow?
Well, technically here, Steve, you remember Monday, I had Captain Ron's back, and in reality, I've been there all week for him if need be. Well, I've kind of dropped the ball there, but so given that this is Friday, I'll give it a happy Friday.
One day closer to the greatest day of the week. Yes.
Ding, 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 ding. There. We got that out of the air.
So have you had a chance to talk to Captain Ron at all this week or no?
No, I've considered a couple times just dropping a jingle to him, but no, I haven't spoken with him. Actually, I haven't had a word with Gilligan either. Maybe he's been in touch with him there, but no, I haven't heard anything to the good or the bad side of things. But I'm sure, as with everybody else, it'll all wash out in the end, and it's for the best. But no, Steve, I'm coming into tonight's program with really not a whole lot. At least not the high standards of news and comments that Overnight Drive has come to expect from his callers here. But given that we are into the casual part of the week here, if I were a baseball aficionado, I think you and I would be exchanging some pretty serious barbs right now over the Brewers and the Reds go around the last couple, 3 weeks.
The Brewers have had our number this year. I think if they played 12 games, I think the Brewers won 9 of those 12.
Yeah, that caught me off guard there. I was not expecting good things. They had a fair losing streak going into that prior to the break. I think they'd lost maybe 5 or 6 in a row prior to meeting the Reds again. But so yeah, either way, I guess it is what it is. I'm from the camp of everybody likes a winner, So go Brewers. That's all I really have to say at the moment here. Maybe Gilligan would be the one to ask. Is it a full moon tonight, Steve?
It is not a full moon. It's technically just a little over a half a moon, and it's a waxing toward full. But yeah, I think Wednesday was an actual half moon.
Boy, now that throws a curveball at me, and that's not a pun mention. I know it's not Friday the 13th, but Steve, there seem to be more motorists from the four-wheelers right on up to the 18-wheelers this morning, that are driving down the road with their heads buried so far up their ass that their shoulders are stopping them from going deeper. You know, it's the cumulative things that we see during the week. You know, all of us witness this and that, and it's like they're out to make up for lost time. This morning.
Yeah.
If they've come to expect the guardian angel to be there to cover their butts, every time they do something so ridiculous and foolish that, their life expectancy should be shortened by a click or two. But no, I don't know. It just, I guess we've talked about this so many times in the past, whatnot. It's not going to change, but it just seems to be pretty intense tonight. Maybe it's something to do with the temperature, the heat. I had 81 degrees back at Madison. I'm still holding 80 here right now. I don't know. I guess everybody is just getting on edge after the work week and the heat and all. But other than that, I did have one little addition to that. Remember last night I brought up the story about that U2 incident
yes.
up at Oshkosh.
Anything further?
Well, not technically, no, but my youngest, he brought this to our attention earlier today. He said, you look at that video close, that car was actually ahead of the plane at one time. And that pilot, ever so slightly, you can see he changed his rate of descent at about that moment, not that they would have made contact, but so there's a whole lot more going on there than what the casual observer sees and whatnot. But I'm informed that the general in charge of the United States Air Force is not pleased with what took place. So I'm sure I'll have something else to add to the program here eventually. But so for now, Steve, unless I can come up with some more casualness towards the end of the program, I guess that's all I got for now, man.
Happy Friday. Well, thank you much. Yeah, one day closer to the greatest day of the week. Thank you, Captain Ron. Hope he's doing well. Tough time, though. Let's see. I'm looking at a post. Where else in the country can you get done working out and walk outside to cool down? And it's 108 degrees, 7 o'clock in the evening. The answer is Phoenix, Arizona. It was 108, 7 o'clock in the evening. And, it's a dry heat. Rather than a heat index that made it feel like 115 or 120, it only felt like 107 rather than 108.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt. on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the wide ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the wide ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, about 7 before the hour. As we roll into a weekend. Eagle is on board early here on a Friday. What's going on, Eagle?
Yeah, I called in a little bit earlier. You got to hold on. They got a lot to talk about tonight, Steve. Yeah, I'll probably call in later on tonight, too. But, yeah, they got a lot of interesting things going on. I guess I'll start with Donald Trump first before I get to the border system. It looks like Donald Trump, they say that he met with this Jack Smith. His lawyers met with Jack Smith's people or something. And I don't know if you heard. Now they claim that they got 3 other names that they trying to say that they were hiding evidence. Did you hear about that?
Yeah,
people.
I get more people added and more charges added this past day. It's I think it's the third. I think they had 2 people already, and they've added a third person now to the documents case. I mean, it's just, as Trump said, it's the witch hunt that will never end.
Yeah. Hello?
All right, you were breaking up there, Eagle.
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Okay, go ahead.
Over the telephone.
You may be in a bad zone there, Eagle. Just give us a try back when you get an opportunity. He is not sure if he's moving tonight or parked somewhere with. But yeah, I mean, is it even worth talking about? Yeah, more charges. Let's add a count of willful retention of national defense information and 2 new obstruction counts as part of the superseding indictment, Jack Smith. Today, a superseding indictment was returned by a grand jury in the Southern District of Florida that adds another defendant and 4 charges to the prior indictment, according to the Justice Department. Yeah, we already mentioned the charges. 56-year-old Carlos Oliveira, a Palm Beach Gardens resident, has been added to the obstruction conspiracy charged in the original indictment. Also charges Trump, Oliveira, and Nauta with 2 new obstruction counts based on allegations the defendants attempted to delete surveillance video footage at the Mar-a-Lago Club in the summer of 2022. That's the indictment alleging that attempting to delete surveillance footage. The boss wanted the server deleted, according to Oliveira. Trump employee number 4 responded that he would not know how to do that, and he did not believe that he'd have the rights to do that. Employee number 4 told De Oliveira that he'd have to reach out to another employee who was a supervisor of security for Trump's business organization. Reacting to the additional charges, the Trump campaign says this is nothing more than a continued desperate, failing attempt by the Biden crime family and the Department of Justice to harass President Trump and those around him. Deranged Jack Smith knows they have no case, and he just cashed it about for any way to salvage their illegal witch hunt and get someone other than Trump to run against crooked Joe Biden. So, yeah, more of the same old, but nothing surprising there. All right, it is 844-844-3388. That is our number. Lines available as we roll into a Friday morning. Hope your week's going well. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The massive heat wave is continuing Thursday, putting more than 140 million Americans under heat alerts. Temperatures could hit close to triple digits in places like New York City and Washington, D.C., with New York City Mayor Eric Adams telling everyone they should avoid being outside.
While the heat advisory is in effect, you can and you should stay out of the sun from the afternoon into the early evening.
Senate Minority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, says he's fine after being escorted away from a Republican leadership news conference Wednesday. NBC News' Garrett Hockey has more.
McConnell's office has been tight-lipped about the incident, saying only that the senator was feeling lightheaded and pointing out that he answered reporters' questions sharply after he returned.
The senator appears to freeze after he had stopped talking during the news conference. One credit card company is bringing the hammer down on pot purchases. USA's Lance Pry has the details.
You can no longer use MasterCard to buy cannabis products. The company is telling financial institutions it no longer is allowing marijuana purchases on its debit cards. A MasterCard spokesman said that the federal government considers cannabis sales illegal, so these purchases are not allowed on our systems.
On February 19, 1993, 12-year-old Jennifer Odom went missing after getting off her school bus in Pasco County, Florida. Her body was found 6 days later in Hernando County, Orange Grove. Now, 30 years later, Hernando County police say they have arrested a suspect.
Annie is back in our jail, charged with first-degree murder, kidnapping, and sexual battery.
Sheriff Nienhuis says they were able to connect suspect Jeffrey Crum to the murder using the state's DNA database. This is USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
The president of Niger is being held by troops from the Presidential Guard after soldiers appeared to seize control in a coup in the country's capital. Hundreds of supporters of the coup gathered in front of the National Assembly, setting fire to the headquarters of the country's governing party and causing chaos in the streets. The soldiers leading the coup, who call themselves the National Council for the Safeguarding of the Country, went on state television to say they had taken control because of security and economic issues in the country. Today is the birthday of a cartoon legend.
What's up, Doc?
That's right, Bugs Bunny's 83rd birthday. It was on this day in history, July 27th, 1940. Bugs Bunny debuted in A Wild Hare, a short animated film released by Warner Brothers. His voice originally done by Mel Blanc, who was told that Bugs was a rascally rabbit, so Mel thought he had to sound tough. Mel said there's no one tougher than a New Yorker from Brooklyn or the Bronx, so he mixed the two together for Bugs' voice. I'm Corey Myers.
And finally, it was back on this date in 1953 when the armistice that ended the Korean War was signed. I'm Tim Berg, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here on a Friday. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Hello to Bidu checking in. Good morning to the overnight crew. Hope everybody has a good weekend. Thank you much. Well, there's the Georgia Peach checking in. 76 degrees, Dalton, Georgia. Earlier in the day, temp in my car dashed at 105. Anyway, I'm learning a new sport. Pickleball. Is it popular there? Is it as popular as it is here? Pickleball's been around for a few years. I've never actually Yes, I've seen a couple of videos. It looks like a big version of almost like a ping pong kind of game. It's kind of like ping pong and tennis. Rather than having a board like ping pong, it's on the ground. But yeah, I've heard of it. I've never played it, but I know some folks that love their pickleball. Good exercise, though, right? Meanwhile, as we head into the weekend, the Midwest looking at more severe weather potentially Saturday from parts of southern Indiana, northern Kentucky, central and southern Ohio, on over into western West Virginia. Further east, storms expected to erupt, turning severe over portions of Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, Virginia, New Jersey, southern New York, and southern New England. So residents and airline passengers from Cincinnati to Pittsburgh, you may have to deal with severe weather Saturday. By Sunday, storms are likely to ignite, becoming locally severe further south, southern Kentucky into Tennessee. Storms may also develop, becoming severe over portions of the central and northern high plains on the western edge of the cool air. But in the wake of that cool front, across much of the Midwest, temperature's going to be shaved another 10, 15 degrees. So we'll see highs in the 70s, maybe close to 80 around the Great Lakes. Low to mid-80s down through the Ohio Valley. Now, less humidity. So the humidity levels will make it feel much more comfortable. Much lower nighttime temperatures will be in store as well. Now, despite the push of cooler, less humid air this weekend, a familiar problem this season may return with that, and that's going to be the wildfire smoke out of Canada. All right, other news. One of the Eagles' founding members, Randy Meisner, passing away at the age of 77, according to the announcement this past day from their Facebook page. The Eagles said on their official page that he died from complications from chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD. Randy was an integral part of the Eagles, instrumental in the early success to the band. His vocal range was astonishing. Of course, that's evident on the signature ballad, Take It to the Limit. They said funeral arrangements are pending. Don Fedler, Randy's former bandmate, referred to him as the sweetest man in the music biz. Meisner joined, of course, Don Henley, Glenn Frey, Bernie Leadon in the 70s as the band's lead bassist. Kind of evolving from country rock to hard rock. Eagles turning out to run a hit of singles and albums over the next decade, starting with Take It Easy, continuing with Desperado, then Hotel California, and Life in the Fast Lane, among others. Although chastised by many critics as slick and superficial, the Eagles released two of the most popular albums of all time in Hotel California and their greatest hits, 1971 to 75. Meisner was from Nebraska. Now, he'd been ill and homesick during the Hotel California tour. With his first marriage falling apart, he was reluctant to be in the spotlight for Take It to the Limit, which was kind of a showcase for his nasally tenor. His objections during a Knoxville, Tennessee concert the summer of 77 so angered Glenn Frey that the two actually argued backstage, and Meisner left the band soon after that. His replacement, none other than Timothy B. Schmidt, remained with the group over the decades, along with Henley, Joe Walsh, and Glenn Frey, of course, who passed away in 2016. Back in 1981, Meisner told People magazine that I could have tripled my money if I'd stayed, but I was just tired of touring. It's a crazy life. You're living twice the normal speed. When it got to the point of sanity or money, I thought I'd rather save my sanity. So, a little of the background, a little of the history of the Eagles, though, but one of those founding members of the band. It is 11 past the hour, and Hillbilly on a Friday morning. Hillbilly.
Good evening, Steve. How are we doing today?
Doing all right. Any big plans for your weekend?
Either on be cutting hay or baling hay.
Cutting or baling, okay.
Yeah.
Working on the farm.
Pretty much. Nothing like it's going boys last weekend where granddaughter was down and we went boating and stuff like that. And I'm still peeling from the sunburn. That's always fun. I don't know if you heard about it or not, but I-64 bridge in Louisville is closed for emergency repairs, which it's been under construction for repainting, but I think they found something bad and shut it down yesterday afternoon. I was traveling through there and come across the radio. They said till further notice, so I don't know what the timeline is. Maybe you can look that up and find out. Me and my friends were talking about it, and none of us has passed a YRC truck or yellow truck, we don't call them, all week long. So it just, like I said last night, just writing on the wall seems like they're just trying to get all the ducks in a row before they shut the doors down.
Yeah, we had our first time caller. I think it was Jeff that called in last night, and I think he was hauling. He said he was hauling some empty trailers back to the terminal, and it's
right.
Yeah,
just sounds like that writing on the wall is just getting bolder and bolder.
Yeah.
But what's your plans for the weekend, Steve?
Well, technically, I guess I've been forced into serving as an assistant for a yard sale at my daughter-in-law's house. Got to go try to help her set up some of the canopies. It's going to be one of those street sales. I think a half dozen people participating on their street. So you pick one of the hottest days of the year to be sitting out there for having a yard sale.
So are you going to take your cooler full of roosters?
Now, what do you think? What do you suspect?
You're darn right I would be.
Uh-huh.
But, Steve, you have a good weekend, and talk to you next week.
All right. Thank you much. I think that's I don't know. I said it's unusual to do yard sale on Friday, and I mean it's a Friday and Saturday, like Friday from noon to 3, and then Saturday like from 9 to noon. That makes sense, but most people are working on Friday, not out yard. We'll see. We'll find out. All right, with yellow possibly, as we all kind of surmise, in the final days, if not hours, the timing of earnings calls is perfect for Wall Street analysts to ask trucking executives how their companies could benefit. On Covenant Logistics' second quarter earnings call this past day, President and Chief Operating Officer Paul Bunn acknowledged the opportunity, but said the company would not widely chase line haul business that's been carried by Yellow. Wall Street liked the Covenant earnings. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Covenant stock was up 10.66%. That's like a gain of $5.20 a share. So far, the impact from the slide in Yellow business is 2 trucks here, a few trucks there, but any decision to add a significant volume of trucks would only be with the folks that have longer-term partnerships. Now, as we move those trucks around, they're going to be more heavily weighted towards folks that are willing to sign up on a longer-term basis that we've been partnering with through the 2021 to 23 cycle, he says, in reaction to an analyst question that noted the shift away from Yellow is not just a short-term sort of stopgap. This is potentially a longer-term sort of setup or step up. Bunn maintained that any growth that Covenant might get out of a Yellow collapse needs to be, he used the word sticky. He also said it would be shouldered by the company's expedited division, which does business with practically every other major LTL and freight forwarder. So we continue to feel a lot of calls from people who need some incremental capacity. The first quarter earnings call in April was marked up by the announcement that Covenant had acquired Lew Thompson & Sons, a specialized poultry and livestock hauler out of Arkansas. Bond this past day said, the day after Covenant released its second quarter earnings, the Lew Thompson acquisition so far has generated optimism about how well it's getting out of the gate. And while the chief financial officer said Covenant's balance sheet can absolutely support an additional acquisition, he said there's a lot of executional risk at play that requires focus on the operation at Lew Thompson for now. So others looking at what the ups and downs might be. Our number, 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, got a heads up in the state of Kansas. Had some big loads rolling. SpaceX. They're calling them SpaceX super loads that were expected to enter Kansas from Missouri this past day, and causing some pretty decent traffic backups. I mean, moving at top speeds of 45, delays as the oversized load. The SpaceX superloads will then exit Kansas on August 1st, headed for the ultimate destination in Texas. So this is going to be kind of like a daily thing. Superloads, they've got the entire route that they listed this past day. I think they had similar superloads that were transported through Kansas back in May of this year, but yeah, these things are monstrosities. So heads up, you may see something interesting along the interstate in the coming days. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388. 5-7 on a Friday.
Yeah, I'm just throwing a little shorty here. Maybe come back later if you allow me to. That story I'm only half listening to that early story about the new rest areas parking. But what I thought jumped out at me, and it don't affect me. I run 2-lane road down here. It's not going into Charleston now. I'm on 2-lane. I got like 1%. I got a 5-mile section of 4-lane that goes 60 miles an hour going into Savannah. So almost 95% or more of the roads I run is 2-lane, 55. But you said that the climbing lane, that's a government agency, they were spending a lot of money to put in new climbing lanes. I assume that's acceleration lanes for safety reasons. And that safety reason is the big old heavier trucks not being able to get up to speed that quick.
Exactly.
And safety for the mixed speeds. I still can't figure out how come a car can't see a semi. At night, we got a full set of lights on the back. Reflective tape. You have to have it on there. And it ain't cheap. That little red and white reflective tape you see on these trucks is expensive. And then in the daytime, the massive size of them, and you still get people run into them. But I think it's a state or government agency that backs up what the drivers have been saying, that the split speed is unsafe for everyone. So I just thought I'd throw that out.
They used the words, the safety caused by the speed differentials. That's the words they used, yes.
That's all I wanted to do. I wanted to throw that out. I thought Scarecrow would throw that one at you. But, man, sometimes you got to listen to one government agency talk about the other government agency and sort of, hey, right there, when you go talk to them, said right there, this is one of your people that acknowledge that the split speed is dangerous. So just if I don't get because I don't feel like talking too much some days, but if I don't get to talk to you again, Steve, you have a great weekend. It's been a great week, except for our family in the yellow freight industry. But you know what? A good driver will find a job. He will find it. He may not be the job he wants right now, but I guarantee you he'll find a job. And as long as you've got that good, clean record, they're still wanting people everywhere around here to drive a truck. So, all right. And I would suggest try agriculture, driving agriculture. That's a totally stress-free driving. So, other than that, we'll be copying the mail, heading on into Savannah, Georgia.
On a Friday. All right, 5-7. Copying the mail. Let me see. Email, which, by the way, my email is steve@hotshotsecret.com. Hello, Steve. Listened for a long time. Really enjoy your show. My name's Randy. I live in Chillicothe, Ohio. Just wondering if you or any of your audience have heard any of the rumors about BLM, Black Lives Matter, heading into Circleville this weekend. Honestly, I've not heard or seen anything. Obviously, we've pretty much covered what turned into the national story. The entire country, once the video of the highway patrol releasing, where the canine officer released the dog on the truck driver that was trying to surrender. He had his hands up, but Pappy had mentioned that he wasn't following the commands that the officers were giving. I'd have to go back and watch. I guess I must have seen a very more condensed version, not the full version of the video. It was kind of a short clip where you could hear the officer saying, "Do not release the dog, do not release the dog." But that officer was subsequently, dismissed this week. Yeah, it was put on administrative leave on the 20th because this event occurred on 4th of July, actually. I guess once the video came out, that's where it made the big headlines. But put on administrative leave on the 20th and then dismissed, I think it was on Wednesday of this week. But again, Pappy said he thinks, barring the fact that this particular officer had previously had some disciplinary action. I know that was the case. It didn't say if it was once or twice, but I do recall a story which said this was not the first time this particular officer had faced disciplinary action. So we'll see where that goes. But yeah, to answer your question, I am not aware. Do a little search, see if I come up with anything more on that. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388, about a minute before news break here. So right on the heels of Jack Smith adding some charges, in the state of Georgia, barricades went up outside the Fulton County Courthouse this past day, as the district attorney reportedly is near a decision on whether to indict Donald Trump. Allegations that the former president tried to undermine the results of the Georgia election. According to the New Yorker staff writer, showed a column of orange barriers lined up on the edge of a one-way street in front of the courthouse and tweeted out the message, "Barricades erected outside Fulton County Courthouse, looks like preparation for some big legal news." Now, earlier this year, Willis, the attorney there, suggested that a decision on whether to indict Trump was probably going to be coming down in August. The Atlanta prosecutor sent a letter to the county supervisor court chief requesting the judges not schedule trials or in-person hearings during the first 3 weeks of August. The sheriff was among 20 officials that were copied on that letter. All right. The Daily Beast says Fulton County this case could be the most consequential and imminent for Trump.
USA News Update. Gas prices are at an 8-month high. More from Brian Shook.
AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of regular gas hit $3.71 on Thursday. That's the highest the average has hit since November and is 13 cents more compared to a week ago. The jump comes as the price for a barrel of oil has surged to $80, a 3-month high. California has the highest average price at $4.93, while Mississippi drivers are seeing the lowest average at $3.17 a gallon. I'm Brian Shook.
Bud Light maker Anheuser-Busch is laying off hundreds after the recent fallout of a boycott against its partnership with a transgender influencer. That's nearly 2% of its workforce in the U.S. A spokesperson for the company told The Hill it's an attempt to simplify by changing its corporate structure. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 85% water, right?
85% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Ooh, pass me the intercom thingy.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Don't pay for water. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods.
Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Do you have heart failure and often hear,
"Those stomach issues ruined your birthday"?
"You're too tired to play catch, Grandpa."
Sweetie, you haven't touched your tools since the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, talk to your cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello, Rick in Columbus on board. He says, this old man needs a haircut. I'm looking like a hippie. I'm with you there. This old man needing a haircut too there, Rick. That's one of those things that, yes, I procrastinate. All right, let's see. Yeah, we heard in the news there, gas prices up again. $3.55 a gallon in Columbus, according to Rick. What did they say? National average back to $3.71 per gallon this past day. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. See what Douglas has on his mind here on a Friday.
Hey, Steve. First of all, I wasn't listening to your show, I guess, I don't know whether it's 6 months or a year ago, but did y'all all, you and your listeners, give my goodness, Nancy Pelosi and her husband an apology?
Nancy and her husband?
Yeah, when the break-in happened at her house. You know, y'all and Donald Trump and Fox News, everybody was saying, looked like somebody was trying to break out the house. But after you seen the video, you see why all that glass was out there on the back porch. So did y'all apologize to Nancy Pelosi?
I don't think I did. I don't believe I apologized. I don't recall doing that.
That's what I'm talking about. You know, when y'all caught in the wrong, you have no apology, but y'all jump on the same bandwagon. But getting to Trump now, you know, he's going to get all these boys locked up for life and stuff, you know, covering up his mess, you know. But when Hillary, you know, the servers and stuff, you know, Trump tried to destroy his servers. They got him on tape talking about that Iran secret document and stuff. Trump is going to jail, and sooner or later, you people going to have to give up on him and stuff,
Well,
find somebody else.
I don't know. Douglas, did you ever apologize to Trump? There's actually talk of expunging the record of his 2 impeachments. Were you aware of that?
They're not going to do that. No, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
Oh, that's
they talking about that yesterday.
Yeah, that's your. I know that's your prediction, but I don't know. You're going to offer Trump an apology if they do?
Apologize for.
There you go. There you go. Hell no. You're never going to apologize for anything.
The phone call to Georgia is going to get him locked up.
We'll see. I don't know what's going to come of it. We'll take it one step at a time. All we know definitively is everything we went through for 4 years and millions and hundreds of millions of dollars spent going after the man all turned out to be 100% fictitious, false lies from the Democrat Party.
No lies, Steve. No lies. Why would you destroy the server when you did nothing wrong?
Are you telling me Adam Schiff never lied to you?
Yo, don't worry about Adam Schiff. Adam Schiff's going to be the next senator from the great state of California.
Did he not lie? We know he lied. He lied under
Adam
oath.
Schiff ain't lied about it.
Oh, Douglas, my goodness, my friend, I feel so sorry for you. I really do.
I feel sorry for y'all when they walk Trump to the jail.
All right, Douglas. Well, hey, thanks for being a supporter of the program, Douglas.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Good night. No, Adam Schiff never lied. No. He never sat there on the floor of the House stating that he had the evidence. He had the evidence, the proof, which he did not have. And it all turned out to be a lie. We all know that. We know the truth, but what can you say? Anybody what do you say to someone like that that's so deranged? Okay. I was reading this story and I'm thinking, my wife maybe needs to talk to her mama because she may be getting scammed by this. Check your Medicare summary notice carefully this month. It may list fees for COVID-19 tests or other medical supplies that you did not order and were sent unsolicited by fraudulent companies. According to the LA Times, fraudulent claims related to COVID have cost Medicare over $203 million this year. That includes claims for test kits that were never ordered by the recipients. And now that the government is no longer providing those kits for free, scammers buy stolen Medicare numbers online, extract them from Medicare patients. They use the ID numbers to bill Medicare for over-the-counter test kits, collecting a tidy profit along the way. The Department of Health and Human Services, Office of Inspector General, has received numerous complaints about the scam. We're doing what we can to investigate thoroughly and hold the criminals that are pursuing these schemes accountable. With certain states with higher populations of older residents like Florida, Arizona, and New York have become prime targets for these criminals to exploit. I mentioned that, I said your mother, because when we made our last visit down there, and they're cleaning things out, and her mama had, she had stacks and stacks of these COVID tests. I said, why so many? She said, they're sending them to me. I'm just getting them in the mail every month. I'm not ordering them, but I'm on Medicare, so I guess they're sending them out for free. I don't know. So I'm thinking if she's still receiving those, she may be a part of that. Of course, back in January of last year, the Biden administration offered all households a limited number of those free COVID tests. A few months later, the CDC, or the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, decided to pay for 8 tests a month for those that had Medicare Part B coverage. Now, that's what her mom had, and maybe they've just been sending her, like automatically 8 per month. Both of those offers ended on May the 11th of this year. Medicare does still cover the cost of COVID lab tests if they're ordered by a healthcare provider. And that's about the time, they say, when this upsurge of fraudulent tests peaked. An organization advocating for the rights of seniors in New York declared COVID test scams as its Medicare fraud of the month in the month of June this year. Experts caution anyone receiving these unauthorized test kits should not use the test kits. Now, if you find a phony or suspicious charge on your Medicare summary notice, take action. You've got several ways to report the fraud, which, along with errors and abuse, costs the system billions of dollars every year. Yeah, there is a Medicare helpline. You can call them directly to ask questions. Of course, they say never share or openly discuss your Medicare number. Never give out your Medicare number if someone calls or emails you offering medical equipment or medical supplies in return for you giving that number. Never respond to calls or emails offering to upgrade your card or asking for your Medicare number for other unexpected reasons. That's another thing that I kind of concerned about. Her mama's getting up there in years, and she'll get these damn spam calls. Where most of you got the smartphone, your phone rings, it'll say scam likely. I just hang up. I don't ever answer them. She'll pick up the daggone phone and start answering questions, start confirming her name, and sometimes they'll ask for her social security number. It's like, Mama, don't hang up. Don't answer those calls. All right, what do we have? Other industry headlines. Quickly, a truck driver has passed away after a wreck caused by debris from another vehicle in Kansas City this past morning. Someone did not have a secured load, and it cost a life. Kansas City, Missouri, Interstate 435, just before I-470, about 8:45 yesterday morning. According to KMBC News, the truck driver attempted to avoid debris flying out of another vehicle in the moments leading up to the wreck, which caused the truck to catch fire. That driver ultimately passed in the crash. Obviously, Interstate was shut down for hours. 5 lanes of 435 were shut down for 5 hours. That's about all the info we have at this point in time. I've seen this photo posted numerous times this week. I think it's been shared on my Overnight Drive fan page. I've seen it on Facebook a dozen times. I didn't know when the photo was taken and if it was like photoshopped or real. It's the photo of a police cruiser setting off the side of the, literally blocking the runaway ramp. This was actually taken on Highway 1 in British Columbia, but it's been shared thousands of times in trucking groups this week. Initially shared on July the 20th. In the photo, you can see the RCMP cruiser parked so that it's completely blocking the runaway ramp. A lot of the posts that I've been seeing have like little memes about proof that you don't have to be smart to be a cop, those sort of things. While police did not provide information on what led to the officer blocking the ramp, British Columbia Highway Patrol Corporal told the Canadian outlet Infotel that runaway lanes are very important for obvious reasons. It is absolutely an offense under the Motor Vehicle Act to block a runaway lane. Now, that was in response to an inquiry of the viral photo. The trucking community also responded to the photo with disbelief at the officer's lack of situational awareness. That post had more than 70,000 likes. It's been shared more than 20,000 times. But I guess some say there's an officer that got a Dumbass of the Week nominee. What if there was a runaway truck coming down there? It is 844-844-3388. Back to the calls in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it. Hey, let's head on up to Connecticut. James checking in. What's happening, James?
Hey, Steve, how are you?
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you, too. I wanted to start off to talk about pickleball, but I'm going to put that on the back burner for a minute.
Okay.
Because the gentleman, I did say gentleman, because I am a very nice northerner. And I know the Democrat that called you. And they get away with, Democrats get away with murder. Now, they're not all bad, but there's more bad than good, it seems. Let's take the Clintons, for instance. They got away with murder. Remember way back, 8 of the cabinet members died of totally different deaths, because of that property scandal that they had, and they were going to be indicted.
Right.
They were all going to be
They were
all going to be witnesses,
All very suspicious circumstances, right? Yeah, suicide. He shot himself in the head twice, those kind of things.
Yeah, but there was 8 of them. Every single one of them that was supposed to testify. So, I mean, is that coincidental? Anyways, and then also Pelosi, she should have been up on so many treason charges. Same thing with Obama, with all the stuff that they were doing. So, they got away with everything. And yet people are complaining about the stuff that Trump, first of all, a lot of stuff that is said that Trump did were, as they say, false news. Now, did he do some things? I imagine he might have, but they have to prove it. But his biggest problem was Twitter. Or Twitter, or whatever the heck you want to call it. That's there should be he should be put in jail for that. Anyways, because that was just for being dumb. But he like I told you before, because I think I mentioned this once before. He put this economy back on track when he was in with no help. With no help, he did it all by himself. So you imagine if he had help, the country would have been amazing, you know. But all right, so I said my piece because that Democrat struck a nerve. So now let's get to pickleball if you got time.
Go ahead.
Pickleball is the best invention ever, and I'm talking from experience. I was a tennis pro 30 years ago, and I had in tennis the equipment had made sense. You had the racket that has give, and you had the right type of ball that go with the racket. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, same thing with table tennis. Table tennis, you got the proper racket that goes with the proper ball. Okay, the ball is light, and the racket is made out of material that has give. Depending on if you want to put spin on it, or if you want a soft paddle, But then you get the cheap, then you get the cheap stuff. You just want to play with the kids, But pickleball makes no sense. You got a plastic paddle and a heavy plastic ball, and you ever see it on TV? You gotta have arms like Arnold Schwarzenegger to be able to play at a reasonable level.
Really?
Not a high level, but a reasonable level. And you're not going to play it for very long because you're going to hurt yourself. Because the equipment is not made. The idea, to me, it was a quick idea just to have something different. Okay, to use up small space. That's how racquetball was invented. But racquetball has a purpose too. Because the equipment fits the game. But pickleball, there's no sense on the equipment. If you ever watch it, because they'll show you the equipment because they have it on TV. If you ever saw it, they have a pickleball channel. Believe it or not.
Really?
And yep. And you'll see the racket. It's totally all plastic, and the ball itself is plastic and it's heavy. And if you hear them play, all you hear is plastic against plastic, and you can see them. They're trying to hit it so hard, and they're not really going that far because it's too much. You have to use too much strength to play the sport. And what it is, you have to have strong wrists and strong forearms to play it. Now, in tennis, totally different. You use a full stroke. You use everything. You use your besides your legs and your turn and everything. But I mean, as far as your arms and shoulders, you're putting everything into it. And ping pong is basically wrist. But again, the equipment fits the sport. So that's what I wanted to bring up, because before pickleball they used to have something very similar. If you remember, it was called paddleball. It's almost the same thing, but because it didn't work then, they changed the name and a few different rules, but it's the same thing. Pickleball is the same as paddleball. Do you remember paddleball?
I was that just where you just hit the plastic ball back and forth? I mean, there wasn't like a court there wasn't a court or a net or anything, was there?
Oh yes.
Was there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. It was because it was the same, almost made out of the same material, plastic with plastic, and now they changed it into a different name, and they made a few different changes on the court and a few different rules, but as far as the equipment and the aspect of the game is basically the same as paddleball, but I'll let you judge it yourself once you see it.
Okay, all right. Yeah,
but you'll see.
I've heard of it for several years. I've heard of it. And I know some people that like it and play it, but I've never seen it played, or I've not, I've seen a couple of quick video clips, and that's about it.
Yeah. Well, once you do see it, because I've hit it, and I tell you, it's terrible. But in my opinion, but I've played, like I said, I played tennis and ping pong. So to compare it to the other two, then it's there is no comparison. But like I said, you're not gonna be able to play it very long. Tennis you can play until you're 80, 90. Ping pong, table tennis, ping pong, whatever you want to call it, you can play it until you're old. But paddleball, you're not gonna play it for very long. I'm talking about a year, 2 years, 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna end up hurting yourself. But like I said, it's not even an opinion; it's a fact.
Okay.
But you'll see it. Once you see it, you'll have your own judgment.
All right. Well, James,
all right, sir.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you chiming in here on a Friday. Have a great evening, a great weekend, and hopefully you're getting some rest when you get the chance these days, right? I did get a few hours sleep earlier this week. All right, what am I looking at? Looks like news break coming up here. It is 844-844-3388. And we'll be back with more of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The U.S. economy grew faster than expected in the second quarter as labor market resilience underpinned consumer spending, while businesses boosted investment in equipment, potentially keeping a much-feared recession at bay. GDP increased at a 2.4% annualized rate last quarter, the Commerce Department said in their advance estimate of second quarter GDP numbers on Thursday. President Biden is laying out his plan to combat extreme heat conditions gripping the country. The president announces that he wants Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su to issue a heat hazard alert.
It clarifies that workers have federal heat-related protections. We should be protecting workers from hazardous conditions, and we will. And those states where they do not, I'm going to be calling them out.
At least 140 million Americans are under heat advisories or alerts in the United States. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, is praising lawmakers over a mostly bipartisan amendment process for the National Defense Authorization Act.
We've had an open and constructive amendment process for the NDAA with both sides working together in good faith. This is exactly how the process for the NDAA should look. Bipartisan, cooperative.
The NDAA sets Pentagon policy and authorizes hundreds of billions in spending for the upcoming fiscal year. Louisiana Republican Congressman Mike Johnson is calling for a nationwide ban on gender transition surgeries for minors, saying the federal government needs to stop the barbaric mutilation of children. Johnson's remarks came during his opening statements of a House Judiciary Subcommittee hearing on the dangers and due process violations of gender-affirming care for children. This is USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Hey, good morning. You're heading to the airport, right?
Yep, thanks for checking. I like the car. How long have you been a rideshare driver?
About 3 years now. I really enjoy it.
Isn't it hard to make money these days with the price of gas being so high?
Not for me. I use Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get real money back when you get gas with the Upside app?
Yep, I get real cash back every time I get gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200 to $300.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code STRONG for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code STRONG for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code STRONG.
3 Marines found dead at a North Carolina gas station last weekend died from carbon monoxide poisoning.
It's what authorities are saying since autopsies were performed Wednesday. The bodies were discovered in a car at that gas station in Hampstead, maybe 60 miles or so from their military training station. No drugs were found in the vehicle. An investigation is ongoing. The ages of the Marines ranged from 19 to 23. I'm Ryan Daniels.
Artists from across the entertainment world are paying tribute to Irish singer Sinead O'Connor. Correspondent Michael Kasner reports.
It's been 7 hours and 50 days since you took your love away.
Her death at the age of 56 was announced by her family Wednesday. Country singer Jason Isbell noted O'Connor's mental health battles when he tweeted, "I hope there's peace for Sinead at last." Her son Shane died at the age of 17 last year. Rapper Ice-T said, "Respect to Sinead, she stood for something." Glenn Close worked with O'Connor on a film score.
Hoping, praying that she finds peace, that she has found peace, that she is in a peaceful place.
You still have just over 24 hours to pick up that Mega Millions ticket. The jackpot continuing to grow and worth an estimated $910 million Friday night. Tim Berg, USA News.
Do you know someone with a drug or alcohol problem? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything. Stop the drug and alcohol nightmare. Are drug and alcohol problems hitting you too close to home? Get help right now. Insurance may cover everything.
800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, there you go. Got your Mega Millions ticket. It's approaching that $1 billion mark. I actually do have a ticket. Kind of screwed up. I think it was maybe over the weekend, last Saturday. Yeah, when nobody had picked the Friday night winner, and I was going to put $20 for the next drawing, which would have been like Tuesday's drawing. And I did it at the little kiosk machine, and I don't know, somehow I screwed up, and I ended up playing one set of numbers for the next 10 consecutive drawings. So I mean, I got one set of numbers for, I think I've got the same set of numbers for each drawing up till like August the 25th, 10 consecutive drawings. So, you know, good luck to Steve Summers. But I got a ticket for tonight's big draw, Friday night. Well, good morning, senor.
Good morning, senor. I tell you what, Douglas is obviously a Democrat. And what's the party animal of Democrats?
Oh, be nice.
And he's one of those ignorant animals, too. Now, the thing is, they say ignorance is bliss, but not if you're aware of it. I mean, I think all he does is just stir up trouble trying to get somebody to call in so he can say, hey, they attacked me. Good night. I mean, if he's really serious about, you know, Trump going to jail because he allegedly tried to affect the outcome, then that would say that Hillary goes to jail immediately because she did affect one vote. She had what do you call that?
Well, when it comes to the electors, I mean, each party selects their electors, but they're not bound per se to vote for, you know, I mean, you expect, if the Republicans select their, like, you expect them to vote for the Republican, if they won the election, but they can switch votes if they want.
Well, and she was out there, you know, publicly stating, hey, vote for your heart. Don't let the American people tell you how to vote.
Right.
Vote the way you think it ought to be voted. I mean, that's basically, you know, the same thing as what Trump is alleged to have done. So, anyways, well, I'm sure the phone lines lit up right after that idiot got on there. All right, well, we're in Colorado, heading on 70, going back to Bloomington, California. We have a container on the back of us that is empty. 1,000 miles deadhead.
Wow.
Yep. And I said, well, what's the deal here? Did the trains not want to carry this anymore? And they're like, well, we just had this in the yard, and you're the lucky bunch that gets it. So we're thinking, all right. So, and I found out from PUP that no one is working at the yellow yard in Fort Wayne. And I found out from another driver from our terminal that the CLC card, or the hotel card, has been turned off by the owners of the card. So there is no way in hell. I don't care how much the union negotiates with the company's going under, and that's all there is to it. So, but, you know, the question still arises, why did they even offer $11 raise when they didn't have the money to support anything else? And were they getting it from Yellow Logistics? And if they were, how did Yellow Logistics get their money? So, anyways, that's my gripe for the nut. Other than that, yeah, it's been hot again out here. Just at least it's a dry heat, you know.
Right. Well, yeah, yesterday in Phoenix, when it was actually 108, it only felt like 107. So,
ooh, I'll bring out the fireplaces and the wood and start having a yard fire or something. I mean, that's That's almost like a, well, anyways. But, yeah, so I believe that when we get to Bloomington, hopefully they don't turn off the fuel cards. But if they do, we're going to have to get ourselves a vehicle and drive ourselves back to Albuquerque. And I told the dispatch, I said, are they going to turn the cards off? He says, well, we really don't know. And I said, would it be considered abandonment if we're out in the middle of no damn where and, y'all can't get anybody to get fuel to the truck? So, because I'm not going to pay for any fuel to go to that truck because I'll never get that money back. And he's like, well, that's a good question. So I don't know. We'll see. So I'm still waiting for a call back from the recruiter. The recruiter and the terminal manager there in Albuquerque to set up shop, to set up an interview face-to-face, I guess is what they want. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting next couple of days, that's for sure. And, I bought a ticket for the pickup that they had at the truck show. The Kentucky State Troopers had a Denali Sierra.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Crew cab 4x4, $10 a pop. And I was telling Gilligan the other day, I says, I'm kind of worried. He says, worried about what? I says, well, when I win that truck, to get over there, pay for the taxes, and bring that truck back to New Mexico. Yeah, of course, he said it was going to be on him, that he's going to be winning it. So we're trying to figure out who actually is going to be taking that truck home. And more than likely, it's not going to be us, someone else. And, of course, you know what we say when somebody wins the big lottery or they win the big prize. It's like, well, that so-and-so probably didn't need it, probably got money of his own already, or he's already got 5 of these trucks sitting in his yard. Give it to someone deserving. So it's just the nature of humanity. So anyways, so fuel prices are going up because oil prices are going up.
Yes.
Well, what's our situation with the oil reserves? Has anything been done to replenish what he was pulling out daily for the first?
I have seen nothing as to whether we have started to repurchase anything to go back into reserve. I've seen nothing, no.
I mean, good Lord, when oil was $25 a barrel, Trump says, let's do it. And the hateful group of people that have a donkey for their, we call it something else, but, they just did not want to give him anything. And then what did he say? When oil gets down to $70 a barrel, Biden said that's when we were going to start buying oil to replenish. Well, I think the oil did get down to $70 at one point, did it not?
Yeah, it was pretty close. I remember like 72. I think it's closer. It's back up close to 80 now.
Yeah. So, I mean, are you really going to wait until it actually hits 70 before you start buying oil? I mean, anybody believes that the lead jackass in the White House has got a clue what he's doing. Well, he does. He's working for the Chinese. He's weakening our stance amongst the world. We're laughed at. We're humiliated. Russia had went ahead so far as to knock out one of our drones with their flares from another airplane. And what has Joe done to reply? Probably stuck his finger at him and says, shame, 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 don't do that again. Well, when you're the laughing stock of the world, like Douglas, no one's going to give you any credence. no one's going to give you any respect. And the more stupid you act, the more you're, showing the world that, you're stupid. So, I don't know. I'm just waiting and waiting for something good to come out of this. And I don't know, man. I think if the nuclear countdown clock were running, it'd probably be 30 seconds to midnight. And I don't know how they actually figure, just how close we are to nuclear war or whatnot. But with Putin talking about it, you never hear anything about the nuclear clock. But you darn sure did when Trump was in office. And how many wars did he get us into? None. I mean, he even preempted some strikes by taking care of some people by launching those missiles. And out of 60, 59 hit their targets. That's a pretty good percentage.
Yeah, that was when Libya crossed that line with the chemicals. I think that was.
I was in Syria.
Was it Syria?
Yeah, because he told the Russians, he says, y'all better get out the way because you're going to have a world of hurt raining down on you. They didn't believe him, so the world of hurt happened, and that's when Xi Jinping or whatever the hell that Chinese president is. Yeah, that's when he was there eating ice cream, and Trump's like, hey, watch this. Okay, guys, hit it. So, I can't think of that guy's name. Was it Xi Jinping?
Xi Jinping. Xi. It's with an X-I. Xi Jinping. All right, Senor Heatwave, thanks for the update. Safe journey back to the terminal there. It might be the last, right? It could very well be. It is 844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, on a Friday, TGIF. What do you say, Donut Man? Long time no talk.
Yeah, it's been a little bit. Sorry about that, Steve. Just been kind of hectic with Mama's surgeries and different things going on around the house, but been listening. So, yeah, the one caller from, say, lives in Circleville or Chillicothe or something, talking about the BLM, whether they're coming to
Circleville, yeah.
Circleville or not. One of the Columbus radio stations, I think it was yesterday, day before, reported said BLM was planning on protesting at the Circleville Police Department. Imagine that, and just like clockwork, the old poverty pimp race hustler Benjamin Crump rolls into town. So he's already jumped in, gonna take, I don't know, his family called him or he just saw it on the news and saw, well, another chance for me to cash in on somebody else. So, Benjamin Crump comes rolling into town with his big mouth. My question is about him. Is he licensed to practice law in all these different states where he's showing up, stirring up problems, supposedly representing the families of all these so-called victims? Good man, he was up at Northwestern with the athletes there and that scandal. Then he's down in Memphis with that deal, and now he's up in Columbus going to Circleville for that deal. And it seems like every time you turn around, if it's not him, it's Gloria Allred's on, I don't know. It's just been weird news. Just been a weird news week. You had Obama's chef was paddleboarding offshore there and drowns. Seemed kind of odd. That disappeared out of the news. Of course, you got, we're going to bring more charges against Trump because, my thing is, you Democrats, if you guys are so sure of yourselves, why do you shouldn't have to conduct election interference and weaponize all these different departments to force people into believing what nonsense you're trying to spell. I don't get it. And Douglas, there's an old saying, it's better to have people think you're a moron rather than open up your mouth and prove it to them. And we'll just leave that at that. And I don't know if you plan on watching the race this weekend at Richmond to see if old Kyle Larson returns the favor to old douchebag Denny.
Yeah,
he pulled on him at Pocono.
Might be interesting. It could get interesting.
I was thinking that one myself, but yeah, with the heat and stuff this weekend, I don't see a whole lot going on in my house. I'm hoping to get the grass cut before it rains again. So, but yeah, just not a whole lot going on. And Gilligan and Heat Wave, when I win that pickup truck from the Mid-America Truck Show, I'll post some pictures on Facebook so you guys can watch me enjoying it.
Now, when did he say that was when they were finally supposed to draw for that? What?
I'm not sure. I just remember, we got a ticket when we were down there. I don't recall, but
yeah,
when Heat Wave brought that up, I was kind of like, well, shit, I got a ticket on that one too. So I just, I could have told you, I could have saved those guys I could have saved those guys at least $10 a piece. No, hey, I already got the winning ticket. Don't waste your money. So I'll make sure I post pictures on Facebook so Gilligan and Heat Wave can see me enjoying that pickup truck.
That'll work.
But yeah, I hope you guys have a good weekend. Sounds like you're going to be busy with doing the yard sale thing, at least for a couple.
Yeah, a few hours each day. Yeah, it's just.
But yeah, you'll be home in the pool drinking Skullbusters before you know it. So, but yeah, well, you have a good weekend, Steve, and we'll catch you later.
All right, there's a Donut Man on a Friday morning. All right, so let's see. We lost Eagle, and we cleared things out at 844-844-3388. Eagle, actually, last evening, he brought up the case for people putting the boots on trucks. And, well, we've got a couple men that have been charged after, what they're saying, carjacking multiple truck drivers in Memphis using that booting scheme. 2 instances of semi-truck theft occurred in Memphis between April and July of this year. First was on April 16th near the airport. Truck driver says he pulled into a lot for his reset when a man booted his truck and demanded $265 to remove it. Now, the driver said he paid that fee online, but the guy claimed he didn't receive the payment. Had security guards armed with guns forcibly remove him from the truck cab, and then his truck was towed. Now, here more recently, July 18, a second driver parked at the Shelby Express truck stop when multiple armed men booted his rig, demanding $265 to remove it. Truck driver said his dispatcher then made the payment through an app. The men again claimed the payment did not come fast enough. They kicked the driver to the ground, held him down while another hooked up the truck and towed it away. That driver later told police he received a bill from A1 Towing and Hauling, and his company paid an additional $2,535 to get the truck back that night. The driver, carjacked in April, was able to provide police with photos of two individuals involved in the theft. And the driver robbed in July identified one of them, 28-year-old Ricky Hines, as the guy that pushed him to the ground. Now, Hines was already a suspect in similar incidents. Police identified the other man as 34-year-old Quintarius Harrell. Both have now been charged with carjacking and possession of a firearm during a dangerous felony. Yeah, they were both scheduled to appear in court this past day, but all these schemes, always out looking to make a buck. All right. We'll move on to some of the other issues of the day coming up here, and lines available at 844-844-3388. The struggles for Anheuser-Busch InBev, Bud Light continue as they announce the layoff of hundreds of workers at their offices after months of slumping sales at Bud Light. How much of the workforce? How many? Hundreds, but give you more on that coming up here. As we make our way into a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. The U.S. economy grew faster than expected in the second quarter as labor market resilience underpinned consumer spending, while businesses boosted investment in equipment, potentially keeping a much-feared recession at bay. GDP increased at a 2.4% annualized rate last quarter, the Commerce Department said in their advance estimate of second quarter GDP numbers on Thursday. President Biden is laying out his plan to combat extreme heat conditions gripping the country. The president announces that he wants Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su to issue a heat hazard alert.
It clarifies that workers have federal heat-related protections. We should be protecting workers from hazardous conditions, and we will. And those states where they do not, I'm going to be calling them out.
Tim Berg, USA News.
Have you filed for disability benefits but were denied by the Social Security Administration? Or do you need to apply and are overwhelmed with paperwork? Are you between the ages of 50 and 63 and can no longer work because of an illness or injury? Thousands of hardworking Americans are in your situation. They file for disability benefits and are unnecessarily denied their much-needed benefit check. Call now for a no-obligation, free evaluation. We can help you nearly double your chances of approval and get your benefit checks faster. We understand the physical, emotional, and financial impact. We'll share our insider expertise and help you get your disability claim filed and paid immediately. There is a time limit to apply, so call right now. Operators are standing by to help you.
800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. That's 800-392-1941.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back on a Friday, TGIF. It's 844-844-3388. People love their sports. But it's a sport. I don't care what sport it is. It's a game. I mean, there's always a winner and there's always a loser. But sometimes the fans just go overboard, crazy. And this was the case as the Chicago Cubs and Chicago White Sox, of course, crosstown rivals, and their respective fans are not particularly fond of one another. The apparent vitriol on full display. Guaranteed rate fields this was in the luxury suites on Wednesday. At one point, the Cubs 10-7 win over the White Sox. A brawl broke out in one of the luxury boxes. Video on Twitter showing two women fighting in one corner of the suite. Couple of guys fighting in nearby seats. One woman seen punching another woman multiple times. Other fans trying to step in and break it up. Saw a Cubs fan, obviously wearing the blue shirt, repeatedly hitting another fan until he was pulled over the seats and escorted back out of the suite area. There's someone in the background of the video saying, they need to be separated. Yeah, right? Fights breaking out of the stands among fans has happened in numerous Major League games, but brawls in the luxury suites, that's pretty unusual. They've not yet identified the individuals involved in the fight. Not clear if there were any injuries, but no official comment from the White Sox on the situation as of this past afternoon. Either way, the White Sox begin a 4-game series with the Cleveland Guardians this past evening. And the Cubs were taking on the Cards at Busch Stadium Thursday evening. Reds, meanwhile, had the day off, flying out to California. They'll start a West Coast series against the Dodgers, which means Cincinnati baseball late-night games this weekend. Tonight's game starts at 10:10 Eastern Time. That's when you can spend your late nights on the weekend up watching Major League Baseball, till 1 o'clock in the morning. Good times, right? All right, right on the heels of Mitch McConnell kind of freezing at the podium there on Wednesday, there are indeed headlines. And the first suggestion I made, did we just witness him having like a mini stroke on the stage? And that is one of the first headlines from Drudge. Clearly some sort of a neurological event at the podium. He needs to get checked out. CNN's chief medical correspondent said that Mitch, that was his quote, clearly had some kind of neurological event as he froze and was speechless for more than 30 seconds, just standing there before he was assisted away from the podium. Now, he said it was definitely concerning to watch. I mean, I think his doctors are going to be looking at the tape and sort of trying to, what the hell happened here? That's the bottom line. Now, noting that he claimed he was fine less than 30 minutes after the incident. He seemed to recover, but something clearly happened. I mean, it could be something more simple, like a dehydration, a little infection, a medical interaction. But given his fall back in March, combined with his age, you got to make sure you're addressing and ruling other things out. A mini stroke, a mini seizure, things like that. A mini seizure could have been related even to that fall that he had back in March. So again, common things. Common. But you got to rule out the bad things. Now then yesterday, news came out that we were all familiar with the fall he had at the gathering at the hotel, the concussion, the subsequent hospitalization, and the therapy he went through. It was not revealed that he had another fall on the 14th of July here just, like 2 weeks ago. And I believe that was in the process of boarding a plane. That somehow remained out of the news. But I really think he needs to be seen. One thing about things like a TIA, that's a mini stroke, a transient ischemic attack, is that untreated, it could lead to more mini strokes or even a more significant stroke. The key is you got to get them checked out in time. If there's one thing people know about strokes, it's that time is crucial. Again, this is speculation, but it was clearly some sort of a neurological event there. That video, something his doctors definitely need to check out. Well, meanwhile, this past day, Thursday, we all know Dianne Feinstein. Why do these people continue insisting on staying in office? I mean, Mitch, you've been there for 100 years. He's 80-something years old. I mean, he's been, majority, was it 92 when he was made majority? What is it that you have to, we all know we have a finite amount of time on this planet. When you get to those latter years, don't you want to spend time with the family and just enjoy life? Well, rather than being locked up in Washington, D.C., going to meetings. And I mean, I just don't understand. Dianne Feinstein, another example. I mean, now this woman confined to a wheelchair being rolled around the state capitol. confused again this past day during a routine Senate committee proceeding where she started reading from her prepared remarks when all she was supposed to say was A. They were doing the roll call. Now, the oldest serving member of the Senate, she's 90, came as the Senate Appropriations Subcommittee was taking the roll ahead of a vote on the Defense Appropriations Bill. When it came her turn to say A, like present, as all members of the subcommittee do in order to have their vote recorded, she kind of froze up. Patty Murray, the senator, said, just say A. To which Feinstein responded, pardon me? And Murray she reiterated, A. Just that. Instead of registering her vote, she started launching into her remarks favoring a bill. I'd like to support a yes vote on this. It provides $823 billion. That's an increase of $26 billion for the Department of Defense. And it funds priorities submitted. She had to be cut off by a staff member who told her, just say A. Oh, she was still confused. Kind of laughing, she realized her mistake finally and said, oh, A. Now, her spokesperson said the meeting had gotten a bit hectic this past day, trying to complete all the appropriation bills before recess. The committee markup this morning was a bit chaotic, constantly switching back and forth between statements and votes and debate on the order of bills. As she did not realize debate had ended and a vote was called. She started to give a statement. We had to tell her it was just time to cast your vote, Diane. Now, she was first elected to represent California in 1992. Now, we do know she's not going to run for re-election next year, but, is Mitch McConnell, is Dianne Feinstein, and we've seen, is Joe Biden up to the task of doing their actual job, their due diligence, representing the constituents, or in Biden's case, representing the whole damn country? It's kind of sad, but Inbred Redneck.
Well, good morning, Mr. Summers. It seems like a rough one for you today, and it's a good thing I'm here. I'm going to line it all out for everybody and let them all know where everything should stand. And sometimes some questions in life you don't want the answers to, but I'm going to give it to you. This problem with Feinstein and Mitch McConnell, buddy, I hate to tell y'all this, but y'all have been duped. Daggone, they are actually robots of an advanced nature. And they're biological robots. The CIA figured this out a long time ago. And, when they freeze up, it's just like when your computer freezes up. Sometimes you got to turn it off. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Right. Reset.
Yeah, they just can't reset these robots live on TV, and poor old fella called in there. Now, Steve, everybody's been down on him, but he did say one good thing there. Douglas, I will agree with you. It is time that people started looking at other candidates. That's right. Come on in to the real world. Get with the real guy. I know robots, Steve. I don't need to be reset.
That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to end cop shootings, and I need some help. I need some help from the audience, namely one participant out there in the audience, Pappy. I need to launch this program, and I need a test pilot, buddy. Like I was telling you the other day, we're going to end police shootings. Instead of police having guns, we're going to take them guns away and give them a bag of snakes, buddy. you know, just imagine, you know, the criminals will slow down. They don't want snakes on them, you know, and at any time a cop feels that they're trying to get away, they can throw that bag of snakes on them. It's just fair. It's easy. It's simple. And if everybody knows what they're up against, then they'll know how to act appropriately, right?
Yes, sir.
But, you know, some people may say, now, that's a reptilian, and, you know, what about the wintertime? Well, this is where, you know, the police officers are going to have a little bit of intestinal fortitude, as I like to say. In the wintertime, you're going to have to turn on the defrost in the police car, have that cranked all the way up, high temperature, in case, you know, you run into a rowdy one. You want the blood in that snake just pumping away at high temperatures, buddy. Like 85, 87, 88 degrees. That way it's ready to move. It's ready to strike at any time. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Mm-hmm.
And we can reduce police shootings down to zero. There'll be no more if this little pilot program that I'm thinking of, and I just need Pappy to go along with it. I'm hoping he's ready. Gonna clean off his dashboard. I'll get him a bag of snakes and mail them up there to him up to Ohio there if he'll just hop on board here. And I'm sure, you know, with all the pull he's got all years he's been on force, I mean, he can get a bag of snakes to go through. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Right, okay.
Yeah, but you know what? You was talking about Feinstein and McConnell. They've been in there a long time, back in the 90s.
Correct. Yes.
Well, you know, I had my first youngin' back in the 90s, and daggone, she's got daggone children now. So that's covering 3 daggone generations, if you think about it, right? I know we're over here in the hillbilly section of the world, and we like to breed young early and kin and everything else. But you know, 3 generations of leadership, I mean, that's way too much. I promise to everybody out there, if you just put me in, I won't serve no longer than 4 years as president, buddy. That's it. 4 and I'm done. It's over with. That's all the time I need. You know, they're talking about, you know, draining the swamp and whatnot. Buddy, I'm taking a stick of dynamite up there. We're getting it. We're blowing up the swamp. We're trenching it out, putting in the canals like they did in Miami, Florida. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Right.
Let's not play around with this. It's time. It's time. You got to get down on it and get with it. And, you know, I think with the lottery program where we stop all foreign aid to any foreign countries, buddy, and we put everybody's name in the hat that's a legal U.S. resident and taxpayer out there. Put their name in the hat, and then once a month we draw out a name and send them $1 million. Hell, let's send them $1 billion. Let's put Mega Millions to shame, buddy. Let's put them out of business. Let's call it the foreign aid lottery, because basically that's what you're doing. You're throwing some money at some dictators, and they're just lining their pockets, you know. It's like all that stuff in Iran and North Korea and all that, you know. That's all they do with that foreign aid. They stick it in their pocket and buy them a jumbo jet in case everything goes wrong. That way they can fly off. The money's in a Swiss bank account. And that way they can go anywhere in the world, and now they'll be able to, you know, live on and keep the big money in their pockets, you know. We've got to embrace a new way of thinking. But, you know, Douglas brought up an interesting point there about Nancy Pelosi and all that. I mean, her husband and, you know, in a way, he shouldn't really be in the spotlight. But, you know, daggone buddy, what was he doing hanging out with a known prostitute? Now, my understanding of it is that feller went in there and hit him in the head with a hammer, or whatever happened there, was a known prostitute. And that's some weird stuff.
He didn't hit him with the hammer until the police showed up. I mean, when they knock on the door, that's when Paul was trying to hold him down, hold the hammer back away from him, but that's when he slugged him in the head. I kind of lost track of what ultimately unfolded there, but hey, we're rolling toward top of the hour, just around the corner. So, all right, jump on the Inbred Redneck campaign trail this weekend. He'll be out there shaking hands, kissing babies, fondling women, you know.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back at it here at 844-844-3388. Yeah, so the sales don't appear to be picking up. The world's largest brewer announcing these cuts will affect less than 2% of their roughly 18,000 workforce. Not going to impact frontline workers like brewery and warehouse staff, they said. While we never take these decisions lightly, we want to ensure that our organization continues to be set for future long-term success. These corporate structure changes will enable our teams to focus on what we do best, which they always use that same line, brewing great beer for everyone. So this apparently eliminated some of the corporate and marketing roles at some of the major offices, including St. Louis, New York, and Los Angeles. And as we all know, Bud Light sales tanking since April, thanks to the Dylan Mulvaney scenario. So InBev is slated to update investors on their latest quarterly financial results coming up next week, as a matter of fact. So we'll find out more there. Just how bad have the sales been, right? Well, another day. Hey, how about another... how many million can we send to Ukraine today? Yes, this Department of Defense announcing $400 million in additional security assistance for Ukraine, including air defense missiles, armored vehicles, and small drones. The new aid package, first reported by Reuters, will include for the first time U.S.-furnished Black Hornet surveillance drones made by Teledyne FLIR Defense, FLIR, part of Teledyne Technologies. Now, they say the Norwegian-built Hornet is being used in Ukraine through donations by the British and Norwegian governments. FLIR Unmanned Aerial Systems was awarded a $93 million contract in April to provide the small reconnaissance drones to the U.S. Army. $93 million contract. How many were sent into Ukraine? I don't know, but there's more to the package, but we got to get a news break.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. President Biden is ordering a tightening of occupational health and environmental inspections at U.S. businesses. He says the concern is for workers and for the environment.
This work builds on the national standard the Labor Department is already developing for workforce and workplace heat safety rules.
During his remarks, Biden drew a link between this summer's heat and the effects of climate change. July on pace to become the hottest month on record. Gas prices are at an 8-month high. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of regular gas hit $3.71 Thursday. That's the highest the average has hit since November. It is 13 cents more compared to a week ago. Former President Trump confirms his lawyers traveled to a meeting at the Justice Department on Thursday and that it was productive. The meeting happened the same day a D.C. grand jury convened to consider charges against Trump related to the January 6th Capitol riot and Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. In addition, more charges are being filed against Trump in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case, and a third co-defendant has been charged now, too. The White House is ruling out a pardon for Hunter Biden.
No.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre simply replied no when asked if a pardon for the president's son was possible. She repeated the Justice Department is independent and the president respects the rule of law. Senator Dianne Feinstein appears to have been confused during a committee vote Thursday. The California Democrat was called on to voice her vote during the Senate Appropriations Committee meeting.
Yeah, just say aye. Okay, just
Great.
aye. Thank you.
Senator Durbin, Senator Reid.
Aye.
The 89-year-old's moment came a day after Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell froze during a news conference. This is USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he's only considering an impeachment inquiry into President Biden at this time, not impeachment.
What impeachment inquiry does when you vote on the floor, it gives you the apex of power of Congress.
McCarthy made the distinction while talking to reporters Thursday, saying the inquiry gives Congress more power to obtain the documents they need to investigate the president. FDNY Commissioner Laura Kavanaugh is testifying in D.C. for tougher lithium-ion battery regulations. Kavanaugh tells the Consumer Product Safety Commission it's critical for batteries to automatically stop charging or shut off once they reach a certain temperature.
That's critical. We do see that in a lot of other devices, especially computers and cell phones, and we believe that's very critical.
She also wants to make it more difficult for people to build so-called Frankenstein bikes, which means different parts of the bike came from different manufacturers. Kavanaugh says experts would like to prevent lithium-ion batteries from working if they're not with their manufacturer-issued chargers. As SAG-AFTRA strike was held at the state capitol in California Thursday, the union representing movie and television actors picketed the union negotiating contract terms, including residuals from streaming services and the use of artificial intelligence. So far, writers have been on strike since May, while actors joined them earlier this month. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418, 800-215-2418.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go. All right, welcome into a Friday. As we cross that midnight hour on the West Coast, there you go. Yeah, you may notice, gas prices, we are at the highest level since November. Average price is up 13 plus cents over just the past week, according to AAA this past day. National average now at $3.71 per gallon, up from $3.68 the previous day. It was $3.58 a week ago. It is the highest price we've seen yet this year. And it is the second highest price for this time of year over the last decade, only behind last year. For last year, at this time, we were averaging $4.30 a gallon. Now, the Energy Information Administration estimated gas inventories fell again in the previous week by another 800,000 barrels. We're 7% below the 5-year average for this time of year. Gasoline production dipping to 9.5 million barrels per day. That's the lowest seasonal inventory level since 2015. Now, ExxonMobil had to shut down a gasoline unit at one of its largest refineries in the country for, I guess, repairs at the beginning of this week. That sent gas futures up more than 5%. This refinery has a capacity of 522,000 barrels a day. It may be closed for up to 4 weeks before those repairs are completed. All right, according to GasBuddy.com, released earlier this week, retail gas demand is up 0.6% in the week that ended Saturday. This is kind of the time of year that represents peak summer driving season. Again, we're still below the $4.30 per gallon this time a year ago, but that was the point in time when the Biden administration was desperate to bring prices down. is selling off 180 million barrels of crude from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, trying to bring those prices down. But all right, there you go. What's going on with the anonymous hippopotamus? Hey, Horse Feathers.
Oh, I guess we're supposed to start out this morning by saying, hey, Becky, what day is it? What day is it?
Hump day.
Hopefully she's out there and safe and sound this morning. But so anyways, well, I guess Gilligan there has to get on the stick there and start doing mass production of bulletproof turtleneck snake sweaters. What do you think? If Inbred Redneck's going to have this bag of snake peel going on, do you think for the wintertime that we're going to need to have turtleneck bulletproof snake sweaters?
Oh boy.
So maybe Gilligan can get his fine staff and crew on to doing that. You know,
don't be encouraging him. Don't be giving him ideas.
Right. But anyways, isn't it amazing how these TV doctors all of a sudden, you know, in one quick viewing of Mitch McConnell can, you know, throw out this whole diagnosis of what's going on and what's wrong and how where have they been for the last 2 years with President Biden, Your Honor?
Mm-hmm.
Where are all these TV doctors? What have they been doing? Have they been back to medical school getting refresher classes? And they're just getting out now, or what's going on? How come they haven't noticed anything with our fearless leader trying to climb the steps of Air Force One, or any of these speeches he tries to make, or any, you know, wouldn't you think they'd be watching that a little bit too? But I don't know. Maybe it's a difference of a Democrat and a Republican there, you know, and Feinstein she's already thrown out with the bathwater, so she doesn't count anymore. So they can pick on her all they want because she's already going to have a replacement there. So, but anyways, there. So I don't know what else could we have going for you there. It's kind of as the Scarecrow says, a casual Friday there. Not a whole lot going on, but but I do have to agree with him that it does seem to be a lot more travel traffic out here all night tonight. I had headlights and tail lights and everything all around me all night, and I've been in places where it should have been dark. I should have been out here by myself, and I don't know. There's a lot of stuff seems like traveling going on, but
well, the Gas Buddy I just shared this. I guess this is supposed to be peak time of summer travel season. Maybe a lot of folks heading out on vacation.
Well, I don't know. As the Scarecrow said, it's not just the four-wheelers. It seems like there's a good share of truck traffic out here in the overnight. So I don't know. It just as I say, the roads seem to be carrying more travel. So I don't know if people are just trying to get a little extra in the work week, or as I say, the travelers, maybe they're getting a head start on the weekend. You know, of course, we got this group of people here. I don't know what's in the water here, what they feed them, what type of Kool-Aid they drink or what, but they all got this thing in their mind that every Friday afternoon or sometime during Friday, they all have to pile their families into an automobile and head towards the Bay Bridge there, US 50, US 301, the Chesapeake Bay Bridge crossing that takes you from the mainland Maryland onto the eastern shore. And everybody has to go to Ocean City, Maryland, down there, and some of the Delaware beaches, you know, the Rehoboth and Laus. I don't know how to say it. They got a funny way to spell it there, so whatever. But anyways, there's a few of them beaches there along the ocean there, down on the Delmarva, and as I say, the Ocean City's the big draw there, and they go down there and they set in line for hours, Your Honor. 3, 4, 5 hours to try to get across this bridge. 10 miles, 8, 10, 12 miles of backup to go across this bridge, to go down there and fight and be, you know, hip to hip, elbow to elbow, you sneeze and the guy next to you has to wipe your nose because you can't reach your hand up to your face to do it yourself. And they spend the whole weekend this way. And then they turn around on Sunday afternoon and pile everybody back in their automobile and come back and sit in this same 8, 10, 12-mile back up 2-3 hours to try to get across the bridge to go home. And I don't understand it, Your Honor. I'm glad I'm not one that has any need to go to the ocean. I don't have any need to go out there and sit in the sand and 100-degree heat and get burnt and all that stuff. I don't understand it. But apparently they're doing it with gas now. That in the last day from the 27th to the 28th, our gas station there has gone up over 16 cents a gallon for regular gas. Gone up over 20 cents a gallon for diesel. Diesel went from $3.75 to $3.95 yesterday. And so, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there, Your Honor, but it does appear as if we're on this bad slope again on prices. Maybe it is. I don't know where that Exxon refinery is compared here to the rest of the country, or how much it really, maybe, I don't know. Does it pipeline across the whole country that one Exxon refinery is going to have that kind of like the Colonial Pipeline? I mean, is it a supplier of that major Colonial Pipeline? I don't know exactly where it is there you're talking about, because most everything I do up here in the Mid-Atlantic there, we deal a lot with Sunoco. There's a lot of Sunoco refining over here. So I'm not sure where your Exxon there is, but anyways, that's kind of about all we got going for you there. Kind of been watching the sky a little bit. Looks like we're got some stars out here at this point. We've had the moon kind of kicking around there for a while, and kind of half covered and uncovered, and so that's all looking pretty good. But so I think we're good for now. But I'm sure with the high temperatures coming along in the morning, we'll have that. What do you call that? Unsettled atmosphere.
Yes.
And then we'll really be getting into the rock and rolling by the afternoon, I'm sure.
We've had that here. I mean, pretty much all night long. I mean, yeah, the lightning, the light show. I started about 10 o'clock, and I mean, even to this hour, so 5 hours consecutively, and it's like storms are just kind of refiring right over top of us. It's from our area all the way up to like Muncie, Indiana. Lightning, man, unbelievable light show.
Yeah. So, well, keep your head down there. But, you were talking about the baseball games, and what happened to Chief Wahoo? Where did Chief Wahoo go? Is what you call them, the Cleveland
Guardians?
What is Bob Hope?
It's
Bob
the Guardians.
Bob Hope's got to be rolling over in his grave right now. The owner of the former owner of the Cleveland Indians. He's got, I don't know, but whatever. But I got to ask now. Do you miss the days of the West Coast games there where the Cincinnati Reds used to play out there and play the Dodgers and the Padres and the Giants? Do you miss those days?
Well, you mean when I could actually, sleep till 11 o'clock in the evening and I know I wouldn't have to be on the air till like 2 in the morning?
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Those were the days.
3-hour show.
Yeah.
Oh, just wondering if you missed the good old days, Your Honor.
Those nights went by mighty quickly.
Yeah. And you could plan on having a night. You could have dinner. Be up late if you wanted to, or if you went to bed early, you could get up early and you do things there in the evening. But anyway, yeah, that's all gone down the river.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I guess we'll let you go with that there and have yourself a fine weekend. Everybody else out there in radio land and Facebook land. And are we on Rumble now? Do we have Rumble going? Are they on this time of the week and just not on Sunday, Monday or something? Or I don't know.
Should be on. I haven't seen anybody saying otherwise. So.
All right. No, just checking. So
have a good weekend.
Well,
all right. The anonymous hippopotamus, a.k.a. horse feathers. Hey, real quick, I mentioned our latest. Now here's just another $500 billion. $400 million for Ukraine. In addition to these, first time we're going to provide these small drones. This new package includes munitions for Patriot air defense systems, National Advanced Surface-to-Air Missile Systems, Stinger anti-aircraft systems, more ammunition for high-mobility artillery rocket systems, Stryker armored personnel carriers, and a variety of other missiles and rockets. I thought last week the president told us, hey, we're running out of ammo. All right. How low will our inventories go? This is funded using the Presidential Drawdown Authority, which authorizes the president to transfer articles and services from U.S. stocks without congressional approval during an emergency. Yeah, all will be coming from the U.S. inventory. It says excess inventory. Now, if 1 week we're being told we're running out of ammo, how do we have excess inventory? If you've lost track, this is the 43rd assistance package approved for Ukraine now, $43 billion in military aid since the Russian invasion. All right. It is 844-844-3388. Back into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seat shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, no, Buster was hanging on the other one. I don't think we had a chance to chat with Buster since the big announcement, the historic UPS contract agreement earlier this week. What do you say, Buster?
Steve, you wouldn't believe it, but twice your system took me off the airwaves. And the first one I called right back because we was in a news break. So then this one happened 2-3 nights ago. I said, well, okay, I'll just move on because Yellow Freight was so much more.
Yeah, dominating the discussions. Yeah, so what do you think about the big deal that they announced?
Steve, I love extensions. I want nobody to get my business, and they took it away from me in 1997. I'm happy for everybody to do what they did. Some inside information was I got the day after the night that they approved it, one of my drivers who now works two shifts, nighttime parking trucks and then early AM deliveries out in the boonies, said that the Teamsters was offered $3,000 per person who worked at UPS for 3 years during the Chinese virus. And the Teamsters came back and said, well, we'd rather you go ahead and we want to take that money and put it toward our drivers for the next 5 years. And, of course, UPS said, okay. So, yeah, kind of sad, Steve. We got people who retired from UPS the last 2-3 years that, they deserve something from UPS, maybe a gift card of free shipping, but that's another story. But, so that's why we're going to make almost $50 an hour in 5 years, because they took that money of the bonus, which longshoremen should have got and the railroaders should have got. The only one thing that got money for bonuses was emergency caregivers and firemen and policemen. So, oh well. But, we're cool with that. Hey, we're on the way to Nashville to catch a plane out of Allegiance. And I'm telling you, Steve, parking garages are getting so expensive at airports. If you got connections with any kind of discount with your operation of your company, take a one-way drop-off of a rental car, and then you go ahead and pick up another rental car on the way when you come back to drive back to Knoxville or something. We tried it for Omaha back in June. Man, that's the way to go, because you're right there with a shuttle bus that takes you right to the airport.
Right.
Parking spots. So, Steve, on that canopy, make sure that you guys set up near a shade tree, or make sure it's set up so you will get the benefit of that afternoon sunshine this afternoon. And one other thing, horse feathers. I missed you back at the Mid-America, because you was very gracious to me a year ago, and we missed you. So, and then Heat Wave. If you need to put my name on your resume as a referral, you got my card. And Eagle with Talladega. So, Steve, that's all I got for you, my brother from another mother.
Well, safe travels as you head to the airport there. Enjoy your vacation, by the way.
Bozeman, Montana, and Glacier.
Really? Okay. All right. So that's
Hey, I love that girl. I love that girl from Bozeman that calls in or texts you. That she's listening to our show, man. That's cool stuff.
That's Debbie there. Yes, in southern Montana, indeed. All right. What else here? About a minute before news break. So hang in there. We'll get back to the calls right after this. And who else we got checking in? Rick just chatting back and forth with all the listeners out there. Have not touched on the Hunter plea deal this morning. Maybe a little more. As a former criminal defense attorney, Representative Kelly Armstrong says never in his life has he ever seen anything like the deal they were trying to give the president's son. More on what he said this past day after this.
USA News Update. The U.S. economy grew faster than expected in the second quarter as labor market resilience underpinned consumer spending, while businesses boosted investment in equipment, potentially keeping a much-feared recession at bay. GDP increased at a 2.4% annualized rate last quarter, the Commerce Department said in their advance estimate of second quarter GDP numbers on Thursday. President Biden is laying out his plan to combat extreme heat conditions gripping the country. The president announces that he wants Acting Labor Secretary Julie Su to issue a heat hazard alert.
It clarifies that workers have federal heat-related protections. We should be protecting workers from hazardous conditions, and we will. And those states where they do not, I'm going to be calling them out.
Tim Berg, USA News.
Have you filed for disability benefits but were denied by the Social Security Administration? Or do you need to apply and are overwhelmed with paperwork? Are you between the ages of 50 and 63 and can no longer work because of an illness or injury? Thousands of hardworking Americans are in your situation. They file for disability benefits and are unnecessarily denied their much-needed benefit check. Call now for a no-obligation, free evaluation. We can help you nearly double your chances of approval and get your benefit checks faster. We understand the physical, emotional, and financial impact. We'll share our insider expertise and help you get your disability claim filed and paid immediately. There is a time limit to apply, so call right now. Operators are standing by to help you.
800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. That's 800-392-1941.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, yeah, lines available on a Friday, and Eagle. Maybe got a better cell now. Eagle, let's try again. Good morning. Hello, Eagle. Maybe not. Maybe he fell asleep this time. Okay, next up, who we got on board here?
Brownie Slinger.
What's happening?
I want to miss Steve Summers.
Knucklebuster.
What's going on, brother? Man, let me tell you what. I think like horse feathers there or hippopotamus there. I see them people up there years ago had that T-shirt on that says, I love New York. But every damn Friday, they all going southbound. If they love New York, they need to stay up there, right? You know, there ain't but one good thing that ever come out of New York City.
Well, let me know what it is.
I am bound, but guaranteed that. I read putting in a Barbie movie too over one of them was letting her kids watch YouTube videos during the movie. So you know, if they put a movie out, say about men treating a woman like Barbie treats men or Ken, we'd all be in trouble, wouldn't we?
I haven't even seen the trailer for the movie, but I've seen some of the write-ups and some of the commentary, like Condoleezza Rice, I think it was, or one of the black women saying that every man in the movie is depicted as a doofus, a dumbass.
Yep, absolutely. That's what I read on it. I ain't seen the trailer on it or anything like that there. Well, extra, read all about it. You know, Garth Brooks is working with the Nashville Police Department. They're going to build a station right next to his new bar, Steve. How many people you think's going to go in there knowing the minute they walk out the door, they're going to get arrested for public intoxication? He's going to serve at a Bud Light in there, too. So, you reckon?
He's got himself pretty deep in controversy supporting Bud Light. Yes, he has.
Yeah. Sound like Dennis been drinking some of that Bud Light this morning too. There, right? I don't know. Maybe he is. Ain't. You got any frequent flyer miles?
Any frequent what?
Flyer miles. You know, like flying on the airplane.
I do not have any frequent flyer miles. No.
Well, Delta is using a Porsche 918 Spider as an airport runway shuttle. If you got enough flyer miles there, Steve, that'd be pretty awesome, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The Marine Tomahawk missile launching drone truck breaks its cover, Steve. They finally got some pictures of it there. I thought that's pretty awesome. And then I read they got an 18-wheel ATV, and man, that thing looked crazy to me there. Read where there was a took a 1975 Ford Dually, and he remember the old Ford semi trucks?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what he made it look like. Took him about 3.5, 4 years to do it. So, but it looked pretty awesome there. Well, this Michigan man is considering taking legal action against Cedar Point. You know where that is, up there in Sandusky, Ohio?
Right. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was on that roller coaster, and some kid about 3 or 4 cars up in front of him lost his iPhone. It smacked him in the head at 70 miles an hour.
Ouch.
Yeah, you know that had to hurt. And, well, wouldn't be no conversation with Knucklebuster, but TB12 there, he got caught dating another model. Let's see if I can read her name there. Irina Shayk, something like that. Well, and I can't even really pronounce his wife's name there, so, or ex-wife. She got pissed off about it, Steve. Can you imagine that? Matt divorced him and then got mad because he dated somebody else.
Go figure.
Yeah. And GM's going to invest $920 million to expand their Duramax diesel plant up there in Ohio. I don't know what part of Ohio there, but anyway, I thought that was pretty interesting. That's a good investment there. Now, here, we got time to talk about global warming.
What do you got?
Climate change. The ocean's color isn't what it used to be. They detected a color shift in 56% of the world's oceans over the last 20 years. And seawater can be a variable thing. You can't see it with the naked eye, Steve. Hold on, wait a minute. I got to laugh at that comment. But nevertheless, it's still warming and that's according to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
MIT.
Yeah, you know that's right. Well, hell, I know. I mean, back when I was in the Marine Corps, we swam out there in the middle of it, and it was green. It wasn't blue anyway back then. So, well, you know, I told you Tennessee was going to be gone again this weekend. We didn't have that party last weekend. See, she put some security cameras up there. But Ziggy was the only one that was scantily clad. That's my 1.5-year-old golden retriever. And he don't wear no clothes. So, anyway, we ain't having no party this weekend either.
No party.
I done had my party there. Went to her office party there last night. Wound up drinking me a couple of them, what's that German beer? Heineken there. Yeah,
oh, yeah. Yummy.
Yeah, he bought Heineken, her bought Heineken, and what's that Mexican beer? Corona? Like that. Yeah. So I wound up drinking them Heinekens. I figured I'd be safe, but that one wouldn't be associated with no Bud Light anyway. So, but anyway, that's all I'm going to do. For this go around, we'll get somebody else.
All right. Well, good to hear from you, Knuckle Buster. And I guess what's why the call screener couldn't really understand what he said, but there he is. I think that's about the first time we heard from him this week. All right, let me jump over to Representative Armstrong of North Dakota. Now, he's a former criminal defense attorney. He's seen his share of plea agreements. And he tells Newsmax this past day he's seen nothing like the deal Hunter reached with federal prosecutors. Under the deal, Hunter would have pleaded guilty to 2 misdemeanor tax issues. He would have averted prosecution for the gun charge, enrolling in a 2-year diversion program for nonviolent offenders. But it came out during the hearing on Wednesday that in the language of the diversion program would grant Hunter Biden immunity from further prosecution, pretty much across the board. And that's what the judge started questioning. She put the deal on hold after raising constitutional questions about the agreement. Ultimately, Hunter, he then pleaded not guilty to the 2 tax charges. Everything changes. Armstrong said, I've never seen something like this. I've never seen a negotiated plea deal that by any stretch of the imagination is a sweetheart deal. And then there's this side agreement that obviously there's a disagreement between the 2 sides on what exactly immunity it's going to cover. Now, he's a member of the House Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. He said it's unusual for an immunity deal to be part of a pretrial diversion program to begin with and not part of the actual agreement. Now, the judge apparently had sealed that portion of the plea agreement. So nobody's actually seen it. Armstrong said he'd like to see it, the sealed portion of the diversion that nobody has access to. But the judge obviously has real concerns with it. You enter into global plea agreements. Usually they're entered when you're cooperating with the federal government. But as far as I'm aware, Hunter Biden has never sat down for an interview, which is also incredibly unique in this kind of circumstance. Things we've never seen before. All right, Rambler going to be checking in here just ahead. Scrapyard first in, where you at? Arkansas, I believe. What's going on, Scrapyard? It's been a while.
Yeah, sorry I hung up on the other evening and all that. I got a phone call from the supervisor over a lost hand scanner, about a $6,000-7,000 hand scanner. And all that, but that I-30 down there is going to be really problematic. They had some real serious issues a week ago today, down there on that eastbound side of 30, the meat grinder down there from the 110 to the 116. They had like 24 semis that had all the tires on the right-hand side from the steer tires clear to the tandems ripped out. About 24 of them inside them jersey walls right there. And then a lime green Ford Mustang got the complete undercarriage ripped out from under it. Steel plates over the storm drains that was causing flooding beforehand when we had the big rains come through. And so y'all watch out, because the DOT bears are now running stealth vehicles in there now, and they put up cameras and are waiting on either end to pop you. These cameras are high-definition cameras and all that, and will grab your DOT numbers off the side of the truck while you're rolling, and it sends a signal down to their computers and identifies you, and even says how fast you're going.
Really?
And they'll run you down and all that. Well, there's been way too many accidents there, and too many people's got hurt or killed down through there. And also on 30, we have lost a landmark, basically. JJ's Truck Stop got bought out and will be closing down soon, and apparently they're going to bulldoze it and start over. From what I heard, Gateway purchased it.
Very interesting. Okay. Hadn't seen anything on that.
Yeah, and all that. It was just revealed the other day and all that. Some of the workers told a friend of mine, and who came back and told me, and I called down there and talked to the staff down there, and they confirmed it. But they're probably going to be closing it within maybe a week to 2 weeks. Apparently, I hadn't been down there in a while, and going to be breaking out the dozers and all that. So we may end up losing a pretty good place to park.
Wow.
Yeah, I've noticed out here in Arkansas, a lot of the mom and pop truck stops scattered around the state have just because all the economic situations and all that have just started folding up and all that, like a house of cards, one right after the other. And all that, noticed a whole lot more parking, people parking on the shoulders of the interstate, and there have been several major accidents occurred from that. That people parking on the side of the interstate, no lights and no reflectors,
right.
Nothing.
Wow.
And getting plowed into at night down here in Arkansas along all the major highways. And also on I-49, north and southbound, Weddington Drive, Weddington Avenue, the exit 64, there's going to be extended delays, looks like, due to construction. Looks like they're going to be wrecking a portion of the bridge up there from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. Arkansas time, more than likely through the weekend. Notice they already got a bunch of cranes set up out there today and all that, and they're starting on it tonight, apparently.
Yeah, I knew there were going to be some headaches throughout the week. And Arkansas had was it Little? Forget what part of Arkansas it was. And there was another big deal in Jacksonville, shutting down the interstates.
Oh, yeah, over there, that stretch over there has been nothing but a headache for the past 20, 30 years. The history on that 167 over there, hell, they read the plans wrong one time, and they made like a 5-mile stretch, that the road was in the wrong position and it was built up way too high. And they had to go back and tear it all out and start over again. And then the company that was doing all that, there was a big embezzlement, and they had to chase the old boy down in Mexico that stole the money and all that. And that's then all of a sudden the funds dried up, and they had to reapply for federal and state funding and all that. And it's just been a horrible mess the whole way out across there all these years. And they finally got most of it done, apparently, from what the other driver tells me within the company. But yeah, it's been a headache over there for many, many years.
Wow. Well, Scrapyard, thank you for chiming in here on a Friday morning. Any big weekend plans?
No, just working on my cabin and all that, working around the house and all that, and trying not to burn up.
Yeah.
It's so dadgum hot down there. My folks live up the road, and I caught my mama's rose bush chasing the neighbor's dog for moisture.
Yeah.
I saw something going across my dadgum driveway. I thought I was hallucinating at first. I went there for a look, and it was a copperhead dragging a big Yeti cup full of sweet tea across the dadgum driveway.
Oh, boy, I got to find a way to stay cool. Thank you, Scrapyard. Have a great weekend.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, on a Friday, Brother Rambler joins us. What's happening, Rambler?
Well, praise God. Well, praise God, Steve. It's happening, brother. I'm glad to be on the air with you, and hello to all of God's children out there. You know, Scrapyard's a shame about that truck stop, JJ's. I remember being out there whenever I was over the road. And, you know, Gilligan and I were chit-chatting back and forth last night. We were talking about the Lehigh Travel Plaza and the Whites and how they're no longer around. It's getting hard. And I ain't been out over the road 20 years, Steve. You know, I've been off the road now 20 years doing local delivery now for that long locally in the Mobile area. But, you know, I'm always told you can't hardly find the good places, you know, to park your truck, go sit down and eat a meal. Everything's doggone Burger King or McDonald's, or God forbid you have to go in there to that Popeyes and pay all that high-end price for that Barnyard Pimp they sell up there. Y'all don't know what Barnyard Pimp is. That's what we call fried chicken down south.
Okay.
We call it the Barnyard. We call it the Barnyard Pimp. You know, they butcher that old rooster, serve him up for a Sunday dinner when the preacher gets through preaching. Preacher gets to pick the best piece of chicken. Come on, praise God. Well, I'm glad God called me to the ministry. So y'all had that good old Barnyard Pimp, that good old fried chicken waiting for Brother Rambler, and I'll be able to pick a good piece if you invite me over to your house. Hallelujah, Steve. I know I sent you the story on Donnie Baker. I don't listen to really terrestrial radio no more, but, man, that was a funny individual that used to call up the Bob and Tom.
Yes.
It's a shame that they found him dead.
Pappy brought that up the other morning. Yeah, that was a hotel right out there by his home 20, as a matter of fact.
Exactly, and I think the year prior, his ex-wife shot him, and he almost died from a gunshot wound. I remember that. But yeah, man, I tell you, he was only 52 years old. 52 years old. Steve, I sent you something on Messenger. Man, you got to check it out. I watched it. I put it on a group text. I think Neil watched it. And it is very eye-opening. It's called Interview with Lucifer. And I did a little research, and it's a guy who's wearing a mask, but the company that made the mask is the same company that made all the masks for the latest Disney Plus called Secret Invasion with Samuel L. Jackson playing Nick Fury. So very interesting, very, very, very eye-opening. So I encourage you to just go to YouTube, and I send it to you on Messenger. Just go watch it, and I tell you what, you'll leave it. you'll leave it. You'll be texting me back saying, "Wow, Brother Rambler, just wow." Want to remind you guys. Oh, before I get there, have you seen the Millennium Falcon Comet that will be here next year, 2024? I'm shocked Philip. Well, I think Philip's working at Walmart tonight.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to be getting a comet we're going to be able to see with the naked eye, and from the telescopes, it looks like the Millennium Falcon. So all us Star Wars geeks will be getting geared up, and of course we're all getting geared up for the latest release of Ahsoka that's coming to Disney Plus. If you're a Star Wars fan, that's we're getting excited about that. But I want to remind you that we are having church this Sunday, God's children. If you ain't got nothing to do, you're sitting around, said, you know what, I want to check out this old boy, Brother Rambler at Determined Ministries Church. You just go to our Facebook page, Determined Ministries Church. You'll see the Baldwin County Wild Man, Dipsy Driver, Gary Montgomery, Miss Millie, so many others will be there. Just log on, come on in, and we're just going to sing. If you can tolerate my voice and my singing, we're going to sing for the Lord. We're going to preach what He gives us to preach, and we're just going to obey God. Other than that, Steve, everyone have a blessed and great weekend. Remember this, God's children, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and He does, old Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. And Steve, I'll catch you on the flip side. You have fun doing your little yard sales.
Oh yeah, I love yard sales. So what a brilliant idea. All right, so yeah, we got a full hour yet coming your way. So jump on in at 844-844-3388. A Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. For the second day in a row, a member of the Senate has struggled to keep composure in an otherwise routine moment. Thursday, when asked to vote aye or nay, Democratic Senator Dianne Feinstein began giving a speech.
I would like to support a yes vote on this. It provides $823 billion. That's an increase of $26 billion for the Department of Defense.
The 89-year-old's moment came a day after Republican Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell froze during a news conference. McConnell spoke on the Senate floor Thursday discussing defense issues.
Vice Chair Collins and many other colleagues on both sides of the aisle have been supportive of this important effort. Outcompeting China is going to take a coalition of committed allies and partners.
McConnell's incident sparked concerns over his health status. Additional charges against former President Trump in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case are being filed. Special counsel Jack Smith adding one defendant and additional charges to the prior indictment against Trump and aide Walt Nauta. Carlos de Oliveira, who was the maintenance worker who helped Nauta move boxes, has been added. Trump and Nauta have already both pleaded not guilty to federal charges related to the documents. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy says he did not say he was looking to impeach President Biden.
I said impeachment inquiry. There is a big difference.
McCarthy made the distinction while talking to reporters Thursday, saying the inquiry gives Congress more power and time to investigate the president. Randy Meisner of the Eagles is dead at the age of 77. This is USA News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
New federal legislation named after one of the victims of the Parkland, Florida school massacre would increase safety measures on campuses. Lisa Taylor has more.
A group of lawmakers introduced the ELISA Act and the SOS Act while on Capitol Hill earlier today. The measures would require silent panic buttons in all schools across the country and would increase the number of school resource officers. Alyssa Al-Hadef was one of the 17 victims killed at Marjory Stoneman Douglas when a gunman opened fire in 2018. Alyssa's father asked lawmakers to come support the legislation in order to quickly move it forward. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The estranged wife of accused Gilgo Beach murderer Rex Heuermann is returning to their home in New York. Asa Ellerup, who filed for divorce from Heuermann, can be seen yelling, "Don't talk to me," to reporters as she and her son sit on the home's front porch along with their dog. Their daughter was also at the home, along with what appeared to be a detective. The family's return follows an extensive 12-day search of the home for evidence in the Gilgo Beach murders. And LeBron James' oldest son, Bronny, is being discharged from the hospital after suffering sudden cardiac arrest. TMZ reports a Cedars-Sinai Medical Group doctor said James is showing encouraging signs of recovery and is home resting. He arrived at the hospital fully conscious and stable. LeBron said in a statement early Thursday, the family is doing great and appreciates the support. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. 800-413-6441. That's 800-413-6441.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final hour on a Friday. Hey, by the way, it's underway starting today. I know Kyle's on location, Rocky Top, Tennessee. It's a big one of his favorites. The Outlaw Diesel Super Series Rocky Top Diesel Shootout number 10. It's like his 10th anniversary there in Tennessee. That'll be today and Saturday. Friday, Saturday event. And he did share some video this past day. He said, they're back. Remember Levon Miller, Firepunk Diesel, notorious for, at one point, holding the world record with the Hot Shot Secret S10 pickup truck. That they had built, and Hot Shot Secret has sponsored, and got under the 4-minute mark with a diesel race vehicle. Their record has been broken. It's yet another Hot Shot Secret sponsored racer. It's the female that drives the diesel dragster. I can't remember her name, but nonetheless, same folks that originally set the record. That's the Firepunk Diesel. They're back with their brand new vehicle, just freshly built. They're getting their first passes in this weekend at the Rocky Top Diesel Shootout. Check that out. Now, the first run that Kyle shared, I guess that was yesterday. And boy, that looked like that thing was glued to the track, took off like a rocket. So yeah, make sure to stop by the booth. They'll have they always have special deals. Some real discount on the Hot Shot Secret products. Say hello to Kyle and the crew there. For those out west, other side of the country, another big event out in Montana today and tomorrow as well. That's the NHRDA, the National Hot Rod Diesel Association, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. It's the Big Sky Truck Fest at Yellowstone Drag Strip in Montana. A couple of big events, whichever side of the country you might find yourself on. All right, as we get that final hour underway, I had seen some of the photos on social media. Rambler brought up the Millennium Falcon comet. I'd seen some of the fuzzy black and white photos that have been shared. I did not realize this was actually going to become possibly even visible to the naked eye next year here on the Earth. So I did a quick search during the break there. And yes, astronomers have spotted a once-in-a-lifetime comet shaped like the Millennium Falcon. Sky gazers may soon be able to see it for themselves without a telescope. The comet, known as Comet 12P Pons-Brooks, abruptly brightened 100-fold, they say, 8 days ago, July the 20th, as plumes of debris and ice were blasted off of it into space. That gave it this suddenly a horseshoe shape, which scientists have linked to the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars. This comet will make its closest approach to the sun next year, passing about 144 million miles from our planet on June the 2nd. What makes this even more exciting as its approach will come just weeks after North America's total solar eclipse on April the 8th of next year. An astronomer with the British Astronomical Association tells The Insider it is a once-in-a-blue moon that you see a comet next to an eclipsed sun. While it may be possible to see with the naked eye, he advises binoculars. It shouldn't be visible. It should be visible, but it's guaranteed to get a lot brighter. Just in the normal way, all comets get brighter. What it could also do is have an outburst during the eclipse. But astronomers aren't exactly sure why this comet, which orbits the sun every 71 years, has brightened so drastically in the last week or so. Miles said there may be an active ice volcano on the surface that's causing it to light up the sky. It's kind of a revolutionary idea that you have liquid inside a comet. Scientists for decades never really came to terms with it. When you see the comet do what it's doing, though, you can't really explain it without saying, as well as solids and gases, there are liquids inside the comet, making it behave in this very unusual way. That discovery kind of backs up a theory that comets maybe not only brought water to our planet, but also help spread the germs of life. Okay, comets come from the Oort cloud, which is far beyond the orbit of Neptune and Uranus. It's all the stuff left behind from when the solar system was made. All right, from billions of years ago. But that outburst discovered on July 20th from an observatory in Hungary was later captured by members of the Comet Chasers Education and Outreach Project at the Open University in the UK using the Falks telescope. The comet has likely streamed 10 billion kilograms of dust and ice into space, according to Scientific America. While most people will have to wait till next year to see the comet, amateur astronomers could be in with a chance of seeing it using a 6-inch telescope and pointed it to the constellation of Draco in the northern sky. At the moment, it's only really visible with the telescope at a nice dark site. But about the time of the eclipse next April, it'll be bright enough to easily find with a pair of binoculars from your back garden, even if you live in the suburbs. Very interesting. Well, if we're still around at that point in time, that'd be pretty cool to see. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Yeah, man. Looking forward to that. Be pretty cool. See if we can spot it with the telescope here, maybe even before then, right?
Right. I haven't done a whole lot of playing around with this darn thing to try to, to zoom it in, but maybe between now and then I'll have to practice with it a bit.
Right. Steve, let me ask you, man, when are we going to get rid of these old fogies in Congress and in the Senate, man? It's just ridiculous. I mean, we obviously know ill will towards anybody or mean to make fun of anybody's health issues. But we got people in Congress, Steve, that aren't capable of making a decision.
And to my question earlier,
Democrats alike,
why do they continue to want to be in that position? Why does Mitch McConnell, at his age and health, want to actually be doing what he's doing? I don't get it.
I guess it's that power trip, Steve. The only thing I know. You know, I mean, when your staff has to tell you what to say, is that even legal?
Right. Just say A. Hello. Just say A.
Yeah. Hey, let's talk about this Hunter thing real quick here. Steve, this wasn't nothing, this so-called sweet deal, right? This wasn't nothing but a backdoor pardon.
Immunity.
By the big guy.
Immunity in perpetuity is the word they used.
Yeah. Why don't you just say, hey, Daddy wants to pardon him?
Oh, did you catch yesterday when there was a reporter that asked Karine Jean-Pierre if Joe would actually give Hunter a pardon, to which she said no.
Yeah. Man, Bongino had a interesting thought today, or yesterday, whenever the heck it was. He's thinking Joe's going to pardon the son and step down. Because if he pardons his son, right, that's an admission of guilt. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. Steve, do you remember who I said that the Democrats might try to get to run? several months
Michelle?
Ago. Yes, sir. Keep your ears open for that, man. People are talking now.
Are they? Okay.
People are talking. I don't know. I know they're pushing for Newsom, whatever the heck his name is,
right.
In California.
Right.
Little weasel. So we'll see. But Steve, I went back and I watched them interviews with these guys, and Bongino was talking about it too. But when you watch the interviews on the Hill with all these whistleblowers, it's all hearsay, Steve. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Even though they're high up and they got high clearances, it's all hearsay. They haven't seen any of the things that they described. It's everything that's been told to them. So, I don't know, man. Is it told to them on purpose? Kind of a distraction technique from everything that's going on?
Right.
I mean, think about this, though, Steve. Seriously, man. If the government comes out and says, yep, there's aliens, and it's like nobody even cares, man. Right? Because we don't trust them. They could come out and say, yeah, man, there's aliens. They're going to attack us. We all need to bond together here, right?
Oh, boy, yeah.
Keep World War III from breaking out here. I don't know, Steve. I don't know. Another thing that, with the big guys' dealings with Ukraine, heard this on another podcast. Steve, what does Lewinsky have on Biden? Right? We talked about this a little bit in the past. I mean, why do we keep giving the billions?
Hundreds of millions every time you turn around, yes. Hey, we're out of Sidewinders. We're out of Stingers. Hey, we got another $400 million. We're going to send them more Sidewinders and Stingers. Everything.
Lewinsky like, man, don't make me share some tapes I got there, big guy. Don't make me throw you under the bus. Keep the money coming, buddy. What we paid you for. Steve, I heard this too. You know our strategic oil reserves that Biden depleted?
Correct.
Check this out. That they were designed that you can only fill and take oil out of there so many times. I guess these things were built in salt.
They're salt caverns. I know that, yes.
Yes, salt caverns. And I guess if you take the oil out, it does something to the caverns where it does something to them where if you fill it back up, it might just leak out. So we don't even know if we can fill the daggone things back up. Oh, man. Dude, did we get some rain or what? My phone keeps beeping. Flash flood warning. Flash flood warning.
Oh,
Won't
really?
shut up.
Okay, yeah. I mean, when's the last time I don't recall a time when we've had the rumble of thunder nonstop for like nearly 6 hours.
Yeah.
Just been and
Yeah.
earlier, back to 10, 11 o'clock, man, step outside and it was like almost nonstop. The lightning just dancing through the clouds. It was unreal.
Yeah. Dog's hiding under the bed. I can't get him out for nothing. I think the 4th of July gave him PTSD, man. Yeah. I think it's supposed to stop here.
I mean, it was
Walk down
supposed
on the
to
back deck.
feel like 100. I mean, supposed to have a heat index 105, 110 this afternoon. They're saying.
Well, yeah, all this rain we got, the humidity in the air.
Oh, it's gonna be muggy.
Yes, sir. So keep the AC cranked up. I had to recharge mine. I don't know if I told you that. You were talking about how the price of Freon and these ACs are going up, man. I called the guy and said, hey, man, is that cool? Yeah, that'd be $500.
Do you any idea? So you had a leak? Did they fix the leak first, or do you know?
Yeah, he said he popped the valve out there by the condensing unit. He thinks that's where it was leaking from. Put the Freon back on. He said I guess because it was running so long constantly, because it was low in Freon, I guess the compressor locked up. He said, but once you charged everything back up and repressurized it, kicked back on. I mean, it's running fine now.
Really?
It's definitely low.
Wow, you got lucky.
Low.
You're lucky that compressor didn't. I mean, totally lock up. How many pounds of Freon did you need? Did he say?
I don't. Steve, I didn't even ask him. I was working at the time, and he called and. I just told him, fix it, man. I don't care what it costs.
Yeah.
And I trust the guy. He used to work at the sheriff's office, and he quit, and he's got his own business, So I know this guy. He's not going to rip me off, So I just said, whatever it is, man, fix it. But Steve, it's only 3 years old, I think. That whole unit out there.
Wow.
So, but somehow it was leaking. He doesn't think it's like a leak in a line or something that needs to be soldered. He just filled it back up, and it held pressure. So, but yeah, man. All right, back to work for the weekend.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Hope you enjoyed your weekend, because it's coming to a close. Yeah, it's back in the saddle tonight for Pappy there. All right, get a quick time out here.
After a week of rain, the four-wheel drive with a bucket on the front reigned supreme. The one called Tinker Toy is building a legend along the Indiana Bayou. And the chairs are the cherries on top in Chapel Hill. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The 2023 edition of the Lions Super Bowl of the South is in the books, and though it was helved by unrelenting precipitation, the showers gave way to a gorgeous and unseasonably cool Saturday night that pleased the crowd almost as much as the action on the single track. Between the urgency of the fast-advancing season and the thoughts of claiming a Volunteer Orange winner's director's chair, engines of all configurations were set on kill for a Saturday night thriller. In Superstock Diesel, point leader Colin Ross from Waynesburg, Pennsylvania, is 3/4 of the way to a dining room set after his latest victory aboard Triple Bypass.
It's about the comfiest chair in the world. I love sitting in them. It's just a cool piece. I mean, the orange shirts do such a great job. There's so much history here. All my heroes pulled here and won here.
In Modified Mini, Grayson Shelton of New London, North Carolina, laid the lumber to his 18 rivals, including brother Reese and sister Camille, aboard Sawed Off.
We're from the South, and I'd rather win this pull than any pull in the world. And I feathered the brake one time to keep it up on the right sideline, and she took off like a rocket ship. Now this is the first win for me as a married man.
In Pro Stock, Daryl Foles took the Tinker Toy John Deere, made famous by the late and true great Don Masterson of Grandview, Indiana, and put it in the winner's circle in its first visit to Chapel Hill.
Well, we've been kind of watching through the night, and a few of us thought there was should be something over on the right, and nobody seemed to be getting there on the left in the center, so we decided to stick it over to the side, and Tinker Toy ran a good one down through there.
In four-wheel drive, Ike Zering of Fillmore, Indiana, crossed another one off his bucket list. The third Dodge in the Zering Performance stable moved up to 5th in the GN standings.
Well, since I wasn't in the power rankings on the top 5, and I gotta thank the guys from Power Spalding Pool. They come down here to see how great of a pull Chapel Hill puts on, so that they can help improve their event as well.
And in Unlimited, stop me if you've heard this before, Joe Ader recovered from a shaky start in Toma and smacked the field with Emax as his career win total approaches the century mark.
Joe, career win number 98, you just told me?
Yeah, it's been an awesome ride so far. I was nervous, I played with the tune-up a little bit. I changed things a couple different times to get that run out of it tonight.
The NTPA doubles its Grand National Pleasure this weekend. In Brandenburg, Kentucky, it's 4 classes on each of 2 nights at the Meade County Fair Grand Nationals on Friday and Saturday, July 28th and 29th. And in Fort Recovery, Ohio, it's the start of a brand new era as Ambassador Park opens the gate for 3 sessions on Friday and Saturday nights and Saturday afternoon. And you can stream the fort by session or in its entirety at ntpa.tv. Also in regional action, Marysville, Ohio and Anoka, Minnesota kick off the weekend on Friday, while Houston, Minnesota and Menominee, Wisconsin push Region 3 2 steps further along on Saturday. Finally, Cassopolis, Michigan gets Tuesday, August 1st all to itself. And next weekend, August 3rd through the 5th, the spotlight shines on our favorite Lions Club of the Midwest, the Rockwell, Iowa Lions, and their North Iowa Nationals. For all the details, classes, and start times, your undisputed source is ntpapoll.com. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, here comes another big weekend of action around the country. Big time. All right, news break coming up here. Our number 844-844-3388. Oh, how about the latest TikTok challenge? What would it be? Oh, here's an idea. Drinking borax. That's the latest viral trend on TikTok. It's alleged to reduce inflammation and joint pain. But medical experts warn it could lead to dangerous side effects, stomach irritation, vomiting, diarrhea, and even death. According to NBC News, the powdery substance, of course, you find in laundry detergents, sold on its own as a cleaning product, has been banned in U.S. food products. Boric acid, a different formulation of the same compound, boron, is actually used to kill ants and cockroaches. But some influencers on TikTok have erroneously declared that adding a pinch of borax to your drinking water reduces inflammation and joint pain. And soaking in a bathtub with borax will detoxify your body. I'll tell you more on what the medical experts had to say coming up here. Do not drink the borax is the long story short. TikTok challenges.
USA News Update. No decisions are expected today from that grand jury investigation into former President Trump's effort to overturn the 2020 presidential election. An official at the federal courthouse in Washington, D.C. told reporters Thursday that no indictments had been returned and that none were expected. This after Trump confirmed his lawyers had a productive meeting with the Justice Department Thursday morning. Federal lawmakers gathering with some parents of the Parkland, Florida school tragedy to introduce 2 bills with school safety in mind.
We're here today to honor Alyssa, Alex, and Gina and turn their memory and the pain their families and friends carry every day into action, announcing 2 bipartisan common sense pieces of legislation.
Congressman Josh Gottheimer explains Alyssa's act would make sure there's a school resource officer on every school campus nationwide. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Have you filed for disability benefits but were denied by the Social Security Administration? Or do you need to apply and are overwhelmed with paperwork? Are you between the ages of 50 and 63 and can no longer work because of an illness or injury? Thousands of hardworking Americans are in your situation. They file for disability benefits and are unnecessarily denied their much-needed benefit check. Call now for a no-obligation, free evaluation. We can help you nearly double your chances of approval and get your benefit checks faster. We understand the physical, emotional, and financial impact. We'll share our insider expertise and help you get your disability claim filed and paid immediately. There is a time limit to apply, so call right now. Operators are standing by to help you.
800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. 800-392-1941. That's 800-392-1941.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little suggested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, real quick, let me get back to this ignorant TikToks challenge. Every time one of these challenges comes up, most time it's kids and teens that are dying doing the things. There's really nothing to support the use of borax in humans for inflammation or reduction of oxidative stress or anything like that. Now, it makes sense that people are drawn to quick fix health fads that are posted on TikTok. Given the expense of prescription medications, long waits for doctor's appointments, but buyers beware. Misinformation about personal health can be dangerous. We have seen deaths associated with borax. It's very rare, but it's possible. It is not a benign substance. In the case of borax, social media influencers cite some study stating the importance of boron for healthy bones and joints that was conducted back in 1994. They said it's boron, not borax, to promote bone health, improving wound healing and other health benefits in diets that were lacking this trace mineral. Foods rich in boron include prune juice, avocados, raisins, peaches, peanuts, and broccoli. So I'm thinking maybe just eat a healthier diet and you'll have plenty of boron in your system. Borax, the manufacturer, cautions against ingesting the product. They say we do not offer any product that we approve nor intend as a dietary ingredient, pharmaceutical or over-the-counter active ingredient, food additive, or direct additive for foods. Our products are labeled as not for internal use, not intended for internal-related applications. All right. But folks do it, right? Real quick, we all know that the trend of going to no cashiers. There is a Kroger location in Tennessee with no cashiers, no baggers. They've converted to self-checkout only. Now, this change, they say, includes new, what they call wide belt self-checkouts, where you're going to scan your product and you're going to have the belt that takes it down to the area where you can bag it once. Because, with the self-checkout, you got a cart full of groceries. And you got the little turnstile there that holds 4 bags at a time. It's a real pain in the ass to try to check out. So I guess the new the self-checkout lanes with the belt may help. But they said customers at this location were using the self-checkout kiosk at a higher rate at the Cool Springs store than other locations. They said we didn't fire anybody, no positions eliminated, that the staff remains available to assist customers in the checkout area if you need help with bagging. Now, the store made the conversion last Friday. There's no plans. Kroger said there's no plans to expand this to a nationwide self-checkout. Of course, Cincinnati-based Kroger, the nation's largest operator of traditional supermarkets, they've got more than 100 stores right here in the Ohio Valley, Cincinnati, Dayton area. All right, 5-7, you expect a baby explosion? Do what?
Yeah. Well, I started figuring out something here. I've been listening to some other talking about the birth rate for the American male and the lack of sperm count and all this stuff. And then I figured out, well, what have they been doing? They've been drinking their Bud Light, that trans fluid.
Uh-oh.
Sometimes you just got to put 2 and 2 together to come up with 3. And
I'm thinking, you know what? Now that you got a lot of us out here drinking things, good stuff like PBR, redneck,
Right.
White Sox, beer.
Definitely. That'll make you fertile, huh?
Oh, I'm telling you, my 73-year-old wife, she gave me a hug tonight, give her a kiss on the cheek, slid my hand down the back, grabbed hold of another cheek. I said, "You can see what happened there?" He said, "Yep." He says, "I know what you're doing, and it ain't gonna happen. So go to work." But I'm thinking, now that the American male's not drinking that trans fluid, man, both of them, there's gonna be babies. They'll be real men, too, So a little bit of Friday fun, but yeah, I'm telling you, I just wanted to say something because Biden's on there saying something about the American workers and all this. I'm not a worker. I'm not a communist. That's a communist term. I'm an employee, because my employer works 10 times harder than I do. I just sit in the truck delivering chips. But he's out there making, cutting deals, getting land opportunities, logging, and keeping trucks on the road. Lord, they're going to put license on these trucks next month. $36,000 just to get them little stickers put on all the trucks. It's not cheap doing what they're doing. And he works his tail off. And you know what? He can quit tomorrow. Just sell everything. He could live the rest of his life and not even worry about it. I mean, he's going to have all his needs met. So, no, these people that communist term really gets me. And other than that, yeah, I'm expecting to see all kinds of babies born. We're going to have to mark it whenever, Bud Light, when their sales drop to zilch. And by the way, the shelves are still packed full. They ain't moving there in our local Walmart. What can I say? We'll have to see, won't we?
I think they took somewhere between a 25 and 30% hit on sales, and it's been kind of stabilized there even through the 4th of July. And yeah, they're thinking as much as they try, most of that may never come back.
I tried Heineken. That stuff tasted like wallpaper paste.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't really know what wallpaper paste tastes like, but. I guess some of us are going to have real babies, and some of us are going to have puppies. So, well, I'm sorry. That was terrible. Other than that, I mean, it's I've got the cure for Friday that Captain Ron might want to try. Get a job, pick up a couple of loads on Saturday. Help out. So this B57. Looking for our next load to Savannah.
All right. Well, have a great night, and I guess you got one more night out there. He does the Friday night thing into Saturday morning, right? When you get around to your weekend, enjoy it. Let's see. A separate issue. Haven't even touched on this one in a few days, but censoring the American people, all right? Social media. And the smoking guns continue to be uncovered. Never before seen emails from within Facebook obtained by the House Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan, shedding further light on how the White House and the Biden-appointed government officials pressured the tech giant to infringe on the First Amendment rights of Americans. Facebook initially resisted the Judiciary Committee's subpoena of internal communications about White House pressure. That led the committee to schedule a vote to hold Zuckerberg in contempt of Congress if his company didn't turn over the documents. After this threat of congressional censure, Facebook appears to have turned over the required documents, which reveal more of the Biden administration's furious pressure campaign against that company to suppress discussions about important issues affecting Americans. Jordan posted the material in a long thread this past day. April of 21, a Facebook employee circulated an email for Facebook CEO Zuckerberg and the chief operating officer saying, "We're facing continued pressure from external stakeholders, including the, quote, Biden White House, to remove posts." In another same month email, Facebook's president of global affairs informed his team that Andy Slavitt, a senior advisor to President Biden, was outraged that Facebook did not remove a particular post. Nick Clegg was his name. When Clegg encountered that removing content like that would represent a significant incursion into traditional boundaries of free expression, Slavitt disagreed or disregarded the warning and the First Amendment. What happened next? Well, Facebook panicked. In another April 2021 email, Brian Rice, Facebook's vice president of public policy, raised the concern that Slavitt's challenge felt very much like a crossroads for us with the Biden White House in these early days. But they wanted to repair the relationship with the White House to avoid adverse action. Given what's at stake here, it'd be a good idea if we could regroup, take stock of where we are in our relations with the White House and our internal methods as well. Jordan also revealed that the White House demanded to know why Facebook had not censored a clip from Tucker Carlson on Fox News. In response, Facebook was ready to tell the White House that it had demoted a video posted by Tucker by 50% in response to the White House demands, even though the post did not violate any policies. Jordan revealed that the U.S. Surgeon General also intervened to ask why Facebook had not censored the so-called Disinformation Dozen, a group of accounts questioning COVID policy. The Judiciary Chairman also noted how difficult it was to obtain the information from Facebook. Only after the committee announced our intention to hold Mark Zuckerberg in contempt did Facebook produce any internal documents to this committee, including these documents which prove that government pressure was directly responsible for censorship on Facebook. The smoking guns. They never wanted to reveal this stuff, though, for some reason. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, apparently, believe it or not, you can no longer purchase your marijuana with a MasterCard. Right, Joanne? In a blow to the struggling cannabis industry, MasterCard has told banks to block marijuana transactions on their debit cards. Despite being legalized in varying degrees in 38 states, it is still illegal under federal law, leading most major banks to shun the cannabis industry. As we were made aware of this matter, we quickly investigated. According to a MasterCard spokesperson, in accordance with our policies, we instructed the financial institutions that offer payment services to cannabis merchants and connect them to MasterCard to terminate the activity. The federal government considers cannabis sales illegal, so these purchases are not allowed on our systems. Companies that facilitated PIN debit payments received cease and desist letters from MasterCard last week and are now struggling to offer dispensaries an alternative solution. Visa has also made efforts to crack down on cannabis purchases made on their networks. The company sent a memo to banks back in 2021 stating that cashless ATMs, which were used as a workaround by marijuana businesses, violated their rules. Cashless ATMs allow people to use a bank card while the transactions are actually reported as an ATM withdrawal. They say MasterCard's move is a blow to an industry already on the fringes of the financial system. All right, Scarecrow on a Friday, casual Friday. What's going on?
Well, Steve, I think 5-7 is in for an uphill battle there in his research on the impact of Bud Light on the birth rates out there. To begin with, the number of individuals that are going to admit to having consumed Bud Light, I'm sure, is way down from what it would have been a year ago. And I'm sure research will show that consumption of the nectar, of the golden nectar of the gods, has actually increased the birth rate in this country at various times, and particular the unexpected pregnancies there. Not that I would know of anything of that, but I think that there would be a rude awakening in 5-7's world. Borax. I think a lot better concern there would be, let's see, yesterday or day prior, I believe, was National Scotch Day. So I'm thinking maybe consumption of a scotch would go further than Borax and curing what's ailing you or fending off anything that could come to ail you. Now, I'm not so certain about adding that to my bath water or such, but I'm just saying here. Things to think about. Let's see. What else was there? Oh, you touched on this probably about an hour back now. I was going to ask the question on where does the funds, when and it doesn't matter who the president is at the moment, in the past too, where the funds came from when they would, send us foreign aid and such. But it must be all come out of the main budget that Congress had passed for that period of time. Is that where the funds came from?
Presidential. I don't know how much money is made available through the presidential authorization deal there. So he's essentially he's able to bypass Congress, which they wouldn't be approving all this stuff.
Yeah, really. But still, the money comes from somewhere. And I thought Congress had to approve every penny that was spent in this country. But, well, either way, there's more research to be covered there. And one last thing. What in the world is the big attraction with Kanye West that the media and public fall all over him? It's like they think he's some type of a god that we're expected to kiss the ground that he walks on. And that's the impression that, he leaves too. He stands there with the most smug look on his face and pursed lips and, what the heck did he ever do that garners the attention that he gets? Can you tell me?
I would have no clue. I don't know what it is.
Okay, well, that leaves a lot more for something else to question.
I mean, I've never been a fan per se of. I couldn't tell you a song that Kanye performs. I mean, all I really know about the guy is I guess he was married to Kim Kardashian, right?
That's the only thing that I can associate him with. I totally forgot he was an entertainer of any kind.
And they had a kid that they normed what? They named North South or North Southwest or something. So what the hell?
Oh,
with the last name of West, they named a kid North South, I think. So North Southwest.
Oh, I guess he obviously has a higher education than the rest of us. Then, oh no, that's all I got. You can close the show out in fine fashion here. We're out of here. It's Sunday night.
Hey, have a great Friday, great weekend, all that good stuff. Yes, indeed. Safe travels out there. Well, it looks like the rains have indeed finally ended in our area, but yeah, showers, thunderstorms just kind of parked over southeast Indiana that have been. That's where all these flood advisories have come. They've had storms just continue to develop, hour after hour, through pretty much all night long. But hey, look for a hot day here for your Friday. Much of Ohio, they're talking heat indices 105 to 110. It's going to be a muggy one out there. Meanwhile, so I guess that means we close it out here for another week. Make sure if you're going to make it to the Rocky Top Diesel Shootout, stop by, say hello to Kyle, stop by the Hot Shot Secret booth. Make sure to mention you're a listener to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Give us a plug there. And we'll return on a Sunday night into Monday morning. Yeah, kind of closing out the month of July, getting ready for August to arrive. Hope you'll join us for the next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.